You came in on my blind side.
There we go.
They haven't made the correction yet, so samples keep failing.
Yeah, I think it was maybe Tuesday. I think I was walking on the
Mhm.
and I said it was humid. I said yeah, you might hear it. I said I can't do it. I was just
Hey, I've been getting my 6 miles in. I mean, that sun starts coming down. I'm like, wait. It's like, nope, too late. She got up earlier.
That's like Miss. I said I like Miss Brown.
Ooh,
I said,
sweat
yeah.
like
I said no,
a,
that's
sweat like a
a
Hebrew
little too much.
slave out there.
It's a reason. Well, we'll have those posters.
I know somebody called me, they work for Chase. And they said, but I just see you walk around, but I used to be able to I was on 6 miles. The doctor said I didn't have COVID, but I think the window had passed and they just, never been the same.
Okay, in an effort to keep us
I had back surgery.
time with this meeting so that we can
Hello, sir.
take a lunch or dinner break between this and the next meeting, we're gonna go ahead and get started. We've got a quorum right now. Hopefully the others will be in soon. So at this point, we're gonna open up the Duncanville City Council Budget Workshop, Thursday, August 15th, 2024 at 4:01 p.m. That we have a comment. I understand that we have received. Do you need
The
the
one-
actual card?
For email and, Ms. Ebert has a.
We're not gonna read this one.
No, just.
So we have
mention that
we have
one.
received one comment by email, so that'll be recorded. And then we have one comment from Ms. Patricia Ebert. Yeah, I don't have the notes here for the typical, but it's gonna be our standard it's gonna be our standard rules for receiving public comments, which is essentially, we're gonna have a 2-minute limit and state your name and address, and there will be no follow-up or responses to the comments being made. So with that, we have one public comment. Ms. Ebert?
Yes. Patricia Ebert, 115 South Greenstone, 75116. And y'all are talking about money. I'm here to talk about money. So 2 quickies. One is, where do I find how much money is allocated for the 1% merit increase, raise for the employees? And then where is a written criteria for that? And then the second one is, I want some money in the budget for what I asked for in April, and that is one more additional neighborhood service officer so that we have a total of 6, because we really know we need to clean up the town and we need a little extra help. And with the passing of the alternative work schedule, a lot of the employees are working 410s, those who can't work remotely, and that would, I think, would free up a truck, and so that we could have one extra neighborhood service officer, and we wouldn't have that, I'm thinking, that expense of having to buy another truck. And it would be nice if one of the neighborhood service officers could rotate through and work on a Saturday, because it's not just garage sales that go on in our town on Saturdays. Our businesses are open on Saturdays. And yes, I know the devil's in the details. We'd have to buy them a bulletproof vest and the equipment, the phone, the computer, but that's such chump change compared to the salary and the benefits. And we really need the additional help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That would be all of our citizens' input for this session. And next we'll move right into reports. Item A, present, discuss, and deliberate all revenues, expenditures, and projects for the fiscal year 24-25, proposed annual budget, and fiscal year 2025 5-year capital improvement plan. The City Council may direct staff to make additions, deletions, or corrections to the proposed budget and CIP projects for current and future goals. We'll start.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Thank
City
you.
Manager.
Mayor, council, so the bulk of the presentation this evening is going to come from the Finance Department, our CFO Richard Jackson and Budget Administrator Jennifer Ote, and they've prepared a presentation to walk through to kind of stimulate some questions, and obviously as you all have questions. The budget itself, what I would tell you, the 25 proposed budget is a challenge. Obviously balancing the needs of every department with the limited revenues that we have coming in. Salaries, I'm glad Ms. Ebert started that conversation. What I will share with you is I'm having difficulty recruiting our city to people to fill positions in the city of Duncanville compared to the other best Southwest cities. Generally speaking, even this 25 budget has 80 to 85% of the expenditures of what other comparable cities in the best Southwest have for salaries for certain positions, human resources and IT, and I can go into specifics. I have specifics, but so we have some real challenges as we try to really balance it out as much as possible, revenue and expenditures. So with that, I'll let Richard kind of take things away and then kind of start to walk through some of the presentations. We also just two things real quick. You remember back on April 9th, we held a CIP planning meeting, and that was really, the whole purpose of that meeting was to plan for this budget specifically and what we believe the improvements that you wanted to see for this budget. We are going to be asking you this fall to come back so that we can do a longer year, so that we can really, as we look at next year's budget, do that a little different and start to look at long-term planning. And then the other thing is, you told us very loud and clear previously you wanted to see something for TMRS, and they're going to present some of that to you this evening as well. So,
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good evening. Richard Jackson, CFO. Again, as Mr. Finch had already alluded to, we have a presentation to talk about all funds within the proposed budget for the 24-25 fiscal year. Just a brief overview of what we plan to cover over the course of our discussion here this evening. First, we're going to ask Mr. Finch to give some strategic highlights as it relates to the 25 budget. Next, we'll have Ms. Odie present on some of the TMRS options in terms of potential expenditures as it relates to the city's contribution. Third on the list will relate specifically to the general fund, which Ms. Odie and myself will cover. We'll discuss revenues, the tax rate, as well as expenses. We'll also kind of peel back the onion a little bit as it related to some of the charts that you all have seen in your budget book to zero in on the breakdown as it relates to certain expenditures. From there, Ms. Odie will go in to cover the utility fund and all other funds. And as Mr. Finch has already alluded to as well, we'll have a discussion and a review of some of the CIP discussion that we had with this council earlier in the year. And then finally, wrapping up with the special meeting with the vote on the tax rate. So with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Finch.
Don't go too far because I'll be super brief. I've touched on some of this. Just real quick to give you an update, the building needs assessment. I actually have sitting on my desk a draft of that. We'll have that coming to you. It was originally supposed to be done in August. There's some things in that, as I've talked with some of the directors, that we feel like they didn't get quite right. So we want to go back to them before they finish things up and then present that to you. Just making sure, especially with the service center, that some of it makes sense in terms of what they're talking about, because we heard from you that was really something that you really wanted to make sure that we had some good information, intel on the service center. AMI, it's still in the works. We literally had to flip-flop AMI with lead service line inventory and replacement. As you know, there's a federal mandate that requires us to have the lead service line inventory done by October 16th from the federal government. What we actually discovered is there was a grant opportunity, as you know, $21 million. We're going to actually brief you next Tuesday a little bit more on that. And essentially, we had statutorily federal requirements to do, including going back and redoing a RFQ process that was previously done to make sure that we qualified for the grant money. So we actually had to focus our efforts on that. Then we're going to come back and do the RFQ for the AMI. We haven't forgotten about it. It's just we had to reverse those two things. The service center renovation, we talked about a second ago. Police and fire operational analysis, that's due in October. That's still very much on track. The downtown vision, the amortization plan, comprehensive plan, you know, we've kicked that off, as well as the lab master plan. And then we've had general conversations about some strategic planning for the field house. So unless anybody has any questions, I'll let them move right into finance details. So.
Just wanted to highlight here too, talking about, you know, when we had the public town hall, granted there was a handful of people there, so it doesn't represent the entire city, but just so you know kind of how that outcome looked like in terms of what the priorities came to be. So arts and economic development was a #1 priority, as well as continuing with the lab nature preserve. #2, tied for 2, automated metering and the drainage erosion, municipal utility easements, creeks. So, you know, some of this, like Mr. Fench said, we are hitting into this next budget or pursuing, you know, pushing it down the road so we can get things started. So, talking about TMRS. So I know we've heard from y'all that you want to see something with Texas Municipal Retirement System, increasing that benefit. We've had TMRS representatives out here who has briefed you on what TMRS is and, you know, the different benefits and such. So just to show you kind of where we're at right now, and as it states in the budget, we did not budget for a benefit enhancement with TMRS. So what is currently in the budget is based on our current benefits. So what you'll see here, and I kind of broke it out so it's a little easier to read, but this is based on our current projection. If we did nothing else with our benefit plan, kind of what that budget impact would look like, and kind of what it does to our rate, and then just is really carrying out for the next 8 years. So what you're going to see, and you're going to see this duplicated on the following slide, so you understand kind of what you're looking at. So it shows you what the rate is. This is our payroll contribution rate. It shows you what the projected payroll is, and this is from TMRS. This is not necessarily the city's projection, but TMRS is projecting about 2.75% payroll growth on average in their projections. The estimated contribution line here is what the city is paying across all funds for the TMRS benefits that we have. And then I put in here the budget impact, if it's up or down. So something to keep in mind when it comes to the TMRS, we have to maintain a certain level of benefit. And then as the years, you know, go on, and the rates, as you see there, and with the payroll growth that's also occurring, we're always, you know, adding to the budget in order to maintain the benefits. So this is just assuming no other changes in the future here. So what our benefit package currently is, we don't have updated service credits, which is really an employee-only benefit that, you know, you start, you know, your salary here and you work 20 years and you worked up here. This update service credits really does kind of like a projection. So when you do get to retirement, it assumes kind of you know, that you've been making that same rate of pay for the duration of your tenure. So it's a benefit to employees at retirement. And then the COLA, of course, is the annuity for retirees. Okay, so the first option, I just wanted to show you from a cost perspective. So the minimum benefit for TMRS is we call a repeating updated service credit and a repeating COLA. The lowest benefit level is a 50% updated service credit. It goes 50, 75, and 100%. And then on the retiree annuity, it goes 30%, 50%, 70%. And that's really the cost of living adjustment based on when they retired and, you know, the CPI increases. And there's a long, complicated formula into that, but it's a percentage of those CPI increases. So what this shows you, if we were just to say, hey, we're going to go ahead and go full out, we're going to go to the lowest benefit level on a recurring basis, that impact to the budget for all funds based on their projection would be $1.2 million. And to say, again, as I said before, that we have to maintain that level of benefit. And then as the years go on with the payroll growth, continuing that level of benefit, of course, the budget, continues to grow to maintain that benefit. To show you the highest level of benefit, which we did once upon a time have back in 2008, is the 100% updated service credit and 70% COLAs. So again, as I showed you, with that budget impact, if we were to say, hey, let's just get it out of the way, we're going to do this, it would cost $3.1 million based on our current payroll. And then again, having to maintain that rate moving forward. So this option, option number one with the minimum, and then option number two, that's a pretty big chunk of obviously funds to try to have to, pay for in the first year. So another option for us to consider that may be a little more budget friendly, that works towards our ultimate goal to be competitive in this environment. In other cities, this is the benefit package that they have and offer to their employees for them, is to maybe work our way up to it. So, you can do any other percent, that we are able to do, 1%, 2%, whatever. So I just chose 2%. So every year, adding 2% to the rate in which we pay TMRS, that works our way up. So in 3 years, we would hit the minimum benefit of 50/30, and then by 2031, we'd be able to hit the 100% and 70%. So the budget impact is about $500,000 based on their estimate each year that we're adding to the budget in order to get to this point. So I'll break there. Kind of any thoughts to that? We're not having to necessarily figure this out or have an answer today, but just saying this is another option of how we can get there that isn't just, right away having to put the burden full force on the budget. We could work our way up to it.
And you mentioned one aspect of it, it's retention, but it's also good to have some form of this when we're reaching out and trying to hire people, when we're competing with other cities in the Metroplex that are offering maybe sometimes a better package, but at least we're offering something. Is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, we're certainly offering something. I mean, we're a 2-to-1 match. That is the highest level that we can be. So, they put in 7%. The city, is 2-to-1 to that. So when they retire, they're getting their portion as well as that 2-to-1 match. But what's not in the benefit package, like I said, is, the updated service credits that, may or may not impact every employee to the same degree. And then knowing that you're going to get a COLA once you retire, from here as well.
But Mayor, to answer your question, so all the other cities in the West Southwest, the 4 primary, the other 3 are all automatic reoccurring. And so somebody that we're really in a competitive situation that we're trying to recruit, they're looking at an automatic recurring with the other 3 West Southwest cities and whatnot.
We've done ad hocs, of course, in the past, and that is feasible that you could do another ad hoc, but the challenge with that is that the long-term effect of that, it costs more, number one. Number two, it's a red flag on our financial statements because when you do it within 5 years, doing multiple years of it, it puts us in a higher liability, standpoint, and that's how we have to record it as if we were recurring. So there's a lot of different factors why they don't do ad hocs, back to back, to do one time.
Could we do 50/30 and then do a 2% increment, kind of like a hybrid between the two, and get us to the 170 quicker?
I mean, we could do any kind of combination of this. It's just showing you kind of an example. So if you wanted to, we're just going to do the 1.2 million, we'll figure it out kind of thing, and then work our way up from there, 1% at a time or 2% at a time. We can certainly do that. It just depends on how much that you're comfortable with, putting into the budget, knowing that it's not just a 1-year snapshot. We're going to have to maintain that level and be able to sustain that with, whatever other challenges may come our way and whatever, needs are out there for, our limited revenue. So it's just kind of weighing the pros and cons of the decision.
So this is this is outside of any conversation about merit increases or
Yes.
6-month or annual raises. This is basically 2 things: trying to keep up with inflation and help out, and also to compete with the surrounding cities, not just in the best Southwest cities, although I realize that's what's really facing us. But I know from experience, if you're trying to get somebody from North Richland Hills or from Richardson, and they're seriously thinking and looking down here, this can be the deal breaker right here in a lot of cases. Sometimes there's something we can do about it, sometimes there isn't, but it's certainly worth taking a deep dive. Yes, sir.
Just a few statements. One is, obviously, I would love to get to the 100% recurring and as much COLA as we can get. But for myself, as an example, I've been doing a little bit of research with my daughter because we don't get a cost of living allowance from the city of Dallas, right? So the same paycheck I'm getting today, I'm going to get 10 years from now, 20 years from now, which it ain't going to make it. So anyway, we got online, my daughter and I, and this particular website, per Siri, is bankrate.com, right? And so I said, I want to know how much the cost of living allowance Social Security has given in the past 5 years, right? And so it gave me 10 year, but anyway, over the past 5 years, it totals out to about 20%. So in 2018, it was 2.8, 2019, 1.6, 1.3, in 2020, 21, 5.9, and in 2022, it was an 8.7 increase. So if we're only doing 2%, we're not even going to, I mean, we're going to be behind still. And I understand it's a budget, and I understand it's a lot of money, but again, the recruiting, retention, man, it's going to be tough. But thanks for doing all that and giving us at least the options of something to look at.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. Now, let me ask a quick question. We talked about competing with the three cities. I assume we're talking with Lancaster, DeSoto, and Cedar Hill. And they're doing something, and right now we don't have anything. When we say they're doing something, what on average are they doing? Are they doing the 50%, 100%? What are they doing?
They're at the max
They're
level.
at the 100 and it's automatic reoccurring.
And to your point, Mayor, it's really 30 cities around here that we're competing.
Oh, yeah. You know, the thing, I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but, you know, and we talk about this all the time, when it comes to convincing people to come across the Trinity, you already have an obstacle. And I think the best Southwest cities are working to change that. And there's a lot of investment going on down here, so it's becoming more attractive. But we still have that little bit of a mindset. You know, if I can go to this city, they're paying 100%. But if I come to Duncanville, they're paying 50%. That's probably going to be a no-brainer for them to go there. I know we can't fill all the gaps. We can't. But this conversation right here is the beginning of trying to figure out a good place for us.
And doing a rate increase, whatever that increment might be, I mean, it only benefits too in terms of our assets too. So by the time we get to there, I mean, they usually have like a funding ratio, or certainly we'll reach that sooner than later, even just contributing more. So keep it in the back of your mind as we walk through the other things.
I mean, just while we're here and it's fresh on everybody's mind, is there a general consensus, some direction you want to give us to run some numbers? Would you like to see us come back with the 50-30 or the stagger or the whole thing? I mean, just so that we can bring you back something that you'd like to see.
I'd like to see the 50, and then I assume that'll get us to the much quicker to the 100%, with the 2% after that, just to see how that works out.
That's what you're referring to as a staggered, right?
Yeah,
And
I think that's a good idea.
That's where I'd be more inclined to plan as well.
Mr. Coates, any thoughts?
I think with most people, it's just seeing that there is an opportunity, you know, that there is some kind of career opportunity in there. Well, in this case, financial or, you know, retirement. So I think it's just, yeah, I think that would be good. Like Cal said, manipulate to try to get there as fast as we can.
You know, I ended up last year asking that we record our, at this point in time, that we record our consensus vote. And I failed to do that the last time I asked for consensus. So I didn't have the opportunity to get all lifelike bobbleheads made so we could get that count. But in lieu of that, can we actually record those that are favorable in terms of this consensus to this question the mayor, the city manager's just asked? Okay. We have Councilwoman
Seeing
Gooden.
how we can incorporate a stagger for code.
Yes, we're calling it staggered, yes.
Sounds good, yes.
Just for clarification, going back to Councilman Baker's comment, starting with the 50, 30, and then stagger above that, right? That's what you're, okay, yes.
Okay, and so,
I like
so we have, getting the names here. Councilman Cherry Brown, Councilwoman Cherry Brown, and we have Councilman, Kyle Pennebaker, Ms. Veracruz is on board. Mr. Coons, okay. So it looks like we have a unanimous consensus to go that route. Okay, thank you all.
Okay, so moving on from TMRS, kind of get that out of the way. So, okay, now we're just gonna go right on into all the budget. We're gonna start just kind of with a bird's eye view, the 50,000 foot level, and then we're gonna start zooming right on in. So looking at the all funds, summary here, resources by type, 98 million in revenue. Obviously, the 50% of that is the general operation, which is debt and general fund. 34% of that is really our enterprise or our utility type funds. 8% of that is the special use, specific use type revenue funds, and then CIP. And then on the expense side, 97 million projected expenses. 43% of that is the general, 30% is on the enterprise side, 12% special use, and then 50% on the capital. Okay, so I'm going to start talking about general fund proposed budget revenue. So this is a lot of information on this slide in this table, so let me kind of explain what you're seeing here. As you know, we're still in the audit mode, so did provide where we're at for the 23 actuals at this point, but just know that it's not, hard coded at this point. There could be some further variances with finishing the audit there, but so the different category types of revenue, property taxes, we finished at 100.2% of the budget, so just slightly over the revenue projection. Then the next columns you'll see what we adopted, what's been revised, if any, and then where we are at actually, what we've actually received at this point as of today to date. So our target is approximately 80 to 90% since we only have about a month and a half left in the budget year. And then what we're proposing and what that percent change is over the adopted budget. So with the property tax, we're about 94% collected, and then what's proposed is 4.7% over what was adopted, so that includes, the 3.5% growth that's factored in there, as well as penalties, interest, previous year collections. Sales and other taxes, that includes sales tax as well as mixed beverage tax, which is not a very big portion. We collected just over 100% of that. Currently, year to date, we're at 55%, but we are 2 months behind and about 3% behind the target at this point in the year. And so what we proposed is keeping it flat since we haven't seen the trend that we were hoping to see. So that results in a 2.9% reduction compared to what we adopted. Permits and licenses, so that is the permits of the development services, building inspections, and all the licensing. This is really just a recovery, the fees that we charge, and it can be dependent on what development's out there but we're seeing a 3.7% trend increase there. Fines and fees, that's court fines, library fines, those kind of things. We consistently see that, continue to go down over the last few years. So the estimate there is 10% less than the adopted. Intergovernmental revenues, those are revenues we receive from other entities like cities and the counties, or if it's a grant, those kind of things, revenues that we get. So we receive funding for the emergency manager, for example. We receive funding from the cities. We receive funding from DISD for our school guards, things like that. Count in that category there. Interest income, this is where we've seen the most dramatic shift. I'm going to get into kind of more detail here than just this, but I'm sorry.
You're on a roll.
I am.
We got a couple of questions.
Sure.
I want to start out real quick. Mine's short. Even though it's a smaller amount, 313,000 for proposed fines and fees, it's obviously going down.
Mhm.
And that can be a couple of different reasons, but I want to just briefly, the fines, is any part of the fine reductions down because we've not had the personnel to go out and do the collections? Is that part of this reduction of 10.4%?
Mr. Jackson being over court,
And if you
John,
don't have that
insight
answer,
to that?
if you don't have that answer right now, I can get it later. I just noticed that that was the highest drop off of everything up there. And I want to make sure that we're being able to get our collections, if that is what it is, that we have that discussion somewhere down the road about why that might be.
Mayor, if I could jump in on that for a second. So I think one of the things, and we'll look into, I think probably what we're gonna have to do is really step back and look at the specifics of that number. But I will tell you, one of the things that we're seeing, we just had a conversation yesterday, the police department, city administration and finance about court and outstanding warrants and the non-collection of some of that stuff. My gut tells me that's going to be reflected in some of that. We're seeing quite a bit of that that's outstanding where it hasn't been, we haven't been able to enforce that and collect those, and there's quite a few outstanding warrants. Do you remember what that number was off the top of your head, either one of you? It was a pretty sizable number of outstanding.
No, it was a significant number. It was into the seven figures.
Yeah.
So yes, so there's certainly opportunity there to recapture that. And so as Doug had already alluded to, this very active discussion that we've had as recently as 24 to 48 hours ago.
Do we have, I know we just have the one marshal where we used to have two, but do we have a contract with somebody that actually does collections for us outside of the city?
yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Mr. McFernan?
And mine was along the same lines. So I know, like, especially with police and that line, that they weren't stopping people during COVID. So I'm curious about, since COVID, where trends have been as well. And I mean, is it fines are up, but collections are down? Is that what I'm understanding, or is that?
Well, there's a couple of things I think that, and I think we may have talked about this a little bit in the past too, but I think there's a couple of different things going on. I think one of the issues that I'll share with council that I've heard since I've been here is neighborhood services gets frustrated because they'll write something up, it'll go to court, and it will stop there. It's not actually, to the point of whether it's not enforceable the way it's written up, or whether or not we need to have a conversation with court, or so there's an issue there. Additionally, there's these, and as Mr. Jackson said, I think the number that we had, we just don't have it in front of us at the moment, but it's something we literally were just talking about bringing back to council and having a conversation, is these outstanding warrants. And we haven't had a conversation with police about whether they can help us. And then in addition, why don't you touch on what's going on in terms of enforcement, fines and that sort of stuff, ticketing?
Absolutely. Just make sure you're pointing at me.
I will.
Okay, all right. I didn't want to start. I didn't know.
Would you like me to use your name?
I'm sorry, city manager.
Could identify
Could you please?
the lone police chief
Yes,
finalist?
I
Is that
make
what you were
sure.
fishing for? So
I've done that before. So, we obviously during COVID, as you brought up, we wanted to limit our interactions. Since then, we have obviously increased our enforcement. Certainly, our goal is to change behavior through warnings. If that doesn't happen, then we increase our level of enforcement. And then obviously with the warrants, when we stop somebody or detain someone, we check their information to determine if they have any regional warrants in this region. So anytime we get a warrant from the court, it goes to our regional communication center. They then enter that warrant for our region. And the reason why it's just specific to our region is if this person stopped in Laredo, we're not going to drive to Laredo to transport them back up here for $200. So we did, once some things happened here, we were able to then start running people and obviously taking people to jail if they have warrants, things of that nature. So we're back, obviously, to what we normally do.
And Mayor and Council, as you know, we're just concluding, we're in the process of concluding the police chief search, and one of the things that Chief Stogner and I have had a lot of conversations about is what the future of the police department looks like, and actually being tough on crime, being more aggressive with some of that. And kind of, there used to be a reputation that Duncanville was really tough on crime, and getting back to that. And so
Absolutely.
that's something we're really passionate about working on.
Absolutely.
So we got Don straightened out.
It's an opportunity area.
City Manager, I do have another comment to make too regarding franchise fees. Previously, I had given information, not to you, but there were cities, because there was courts. I wasn't one of them including the cities, but there's franchise taxes that were in question, and I don't know where the litigation is in terms of that, but Duncanville wasn't a part of that, and it's another area, because that's one that even though you got a slight increase, and that's another area where it's been going down. So yeah, I mean, I see that little tick up there, but it's continually going down.
I do want to highlight, like in your actual budget document, starting on page 37, 38, it does break out what specific things are in each of these categories. So if I'm good to go, I might have to hit me if I keep going.
It's good.
Yes, ma'am.
Property taxes, I see 93.5%.
Yes.
And am I understanding that 80 to 90% was the target about what you was expecting to have by now? And we are above what we were expecting for this time of year? Or?
So what this is telling you is, so we're in mid-August now, so we still have another month and a half to go.
Right.
So this just shows you like what's recorded in Munis based on the budget and based on what we've actually collected. It's 93% of our budget.
Okay, so we've collected 93% in August already.
Year to date, so from October
Right.
through August.
For the budget, we've collected 93%. I think that's pretty.
Well, yeah, but I want to remind you, most of it comes at one point, and then we're slowly.
And I will say we are auditing all of our entries at this point to make sure that we haven't missed any, because I do think this is low based on what we actually received.
Okay.
So, but that is a project we're working on to make sure that we are up to date with all of our entries.
Oh, so you think 93.5
It
is
should
low?
be much higher, to be honest, because we should have almost 100% at this point in the year, because there's not much more coming through.
Okay.
So, yeah. So we will hit our target for sure.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, so interest income is the next line there. So we've seen that as a dramatic shift because, just post-COVID, interest rates were drastically low. We weren't getting very much income at all. So starting in 21 and 22, or fiscal year 22 and 23, we've received a lot of interest income that we had not budgeted for. So which is a good thing because it has helped our bottom line for the revenues. When we budgeted 24, again, we just didn't have a really good picture of what that was going to look like. So we have since revised the budget upwards for the income to reflect what we have received, and we're 170% above even that at this point. When we budget for the proposed, though, knowing if you've been paying attention to the news and interest rates, they keep saying that they're going to go back down. Don't really know how much really at this point. So we're trying to be conservative with that number. But that 1.4 million is what we're plugging in. Going back to franchise fees, so what that is our gas, the utility right-of-way type thing. So gas, electricity, telephone, if you still have hard lines, landlines, and cable. So, some of that has trended downward simply because our landscape has changed. More cell phones versus landlines, more streaming services versus, buying cable. What is pretty consistent there is the gas and the electricity, and it's really dependent upon the usage. So if we have a really cold winter, you're going to see more franchise fee coming in because they've collected more. If it's a pretty dry, warm winter, for example, you're probably not going to have as much. So that can fluctuate just really depending on the weather. Charges for services, so that includes memberships, rentals, EMS collections, things like that. So in 23, we collected 94% of our budget there. Currently, year to date, we're at 73%. And then we're proposing a 5% increase, and that's mainly because we have some master fee changes that we'd like to propose, so increasing the membership and rental fees, at the recreation center, and Mr. Stevenson can speak to that if you have, further questions on the master fees for that, but we're, increasing that with that expectation. And the transfer from funds, those are administrative fees that we charge to other funds for the administration of managing their funds, putting agenda items out, running payroll, running checks, all those kind of things we charge utility fund and some of the other funds. That's what that category reflects. And then other sources is everything else that doesn't really have worthy of its own category. So I'm just going to dive right on into property tax. So this just gives you a summary here of what our taxable values have done over the last 5 years and what our certified values are for calendar year 24. Our certified taxable value is $3.8 million, so that's commercial and residential. That is about an 8.9% increase over the 23 certified, and that had, in this number, $7.1 million in new construction was added to the tax roll. Last year it was twice as much. So we won't see a whole lot of fluctuation in new construction, not having a whole lot of new construction. So this just shows you the proposed budget tax rate, giving you a visual of what it's done over the last 10 years. And in 25 fiscal year, you'll see the 0.61 is the proposed tax rate. The 2020 and 2021, that is when the new that legislation passed in the state that limited the growth to 3.5%. So that's what you keep seeing the dramatic shift. As values dramatically increase, the tax rate will dramatically decrease. So. Showing the tax rate and the average taxable value over the years. So this is something to keep, in the front, because we will be voting on the maximum tax rate that you will be willing to consider. So it establishes the public hearings and all the publications that we have to do. So the tax rate that's built into the budget is the 0.61. The no new revenue rate, which would be the rate if we were to pass that rate, we would collect the exact same amount of revenue as we did the previous year. The voter approval rate is the rate, the maximum rate that you can elect without having a formal election. The taxable value is $243,000, so that's up from $222,000. So the average annual tax based on the average taxable value is $1,500 for the year. That's what that equates to. And again, the taxable value is everything. So all the residents combined, whether they're fully exempt, whether they have some partial exemptions, homestead exemptions, over 65, whatever the exemptions are, that's factored into that average. And showing you again the property tax rate example. I don't know what the school district's going to do, so I just left their rate the same. But just to give you an idea of what the other entities, these are their maximum rates that they can set. They might, set a different rate. I don't know at this point in time, but just to give you an estimate of what the whole picture looks like, because the city is only a portion. So the number I plugged in here is the average market value. So in Duncanville, the average market value is $304,000, and that's up by $27,000 or $30,000 from the previous year. So based on these rates and based on the exemptions that are applicable and based on all of that, it's about $542 increase. But again, that's just based on the rates that I know at this point, to give you a kind of overview of what that may look like. Just want to show you what a penny on the tax rate looks like as we're going to pause it here and kind of talk about the tax rate. So if we take the certified taxable value of $3.8 million and a penny on that is $387,000 in revenue to the city. On the average resident using the average taxable value, a penny on the tax rate is about $24 annually is what that math comes to. So with that, I want to open up the floor just talking about the tax rate because again, that's something we'll be voting on at the end of the night. So any cause or concerns or questions of what that tax rate, what you're going to vote on. So, yes, ma'am.
Our adopted budget, it was written at 0.63,
Yes, ma'am.
but the taxes came back showing
Yes.
that it would be lower at
Yes, ma'am.
0.61. And so if that's the case, I was looking for what the new numbers would be as far as, and you probably showed that already. The new numbers as far as, if we stay where we are versus if we wanted to increase, and then the maximum rate. So what page was that on?
So if you,
Where
let me
it
go back
show
to,
the comparisons of the different rates.
yes, right here. So this would be the tax rate,
Okay.
or no new.
No new rate.
Would be that rate right there. And so if we were to pass that rate, let me go back to this screen here, pretty much, you know, the budget would be about the same, the 21.9, give or take. So that would be about $1 million less, you know, going with the no new.
No new revenue, and that's at 58.
But again, talking about the penny on the tax rate, lowering it by a penny, about $387,000 of a reduction to revenue, and then how that impacts the average citizen, about $24, you know, on the annual.
Okay, so no new revenue is 58, and then max was 61. That's the base rate. With the difference of $24, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if you were to lower it by a penny, what the reduction would be on average is $24.
So about $72 for 3 cents.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And I do have copies to kind of update your books. I know that that's what was originally given to you. So any other questions regarding the tax rate at this point? I do have the little sheet with the, you know, the specific language when we get to that point, so you don't have to have it memorized and what that motion should be. But moving on, so showing you, just so you can get an idea of what's happening in, you know, around the best Southwest cities and kind of what their voter approval rates are and how much it's going to have to change or drop, and then what their taxable values are, just for have a reference there.
And if I just could, so I've been talking, with the exception of the Dallas city manager, the other obviously 3 city managers regularly, everybody is proposing to do the max tax rate. Obviously, one of the biggest challenges is ongoing costs for police, fire, not picking on police or fire, oh good, stop your left. Anyway, Chase is still down there. The cost of employees, the cost of equipment, what's the new ladder? 1.7, 1.8 million? Yeah. It's just the costs are just astronomical for all this stuff. And so at some point, if we really scale back to the no new revenue rate, we're going to have to catch up and actually go to the voters eventually and ask for something above what we could do otherwise, because it's just not sustainable.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mayor. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. So in between 58 to 61, has that been considered of anything in between the two? 58 is the no new revenue, 61 is the max. You have 59, you have 60. Is there anything that's been considered with that, or?
Anything, I mean, you can consider anything in between. You know, just depends on how much, you know, revenue you're willing to remove and.
Okay.
And just to show you, so it's clear, so using a taxable value here, so this was last year's at $1,438. With this maximum rate is $1,500, so that's about what, $62 increase for the year. When you look at the market value, starting that as a starting point in the calculation, it's about $100 difference for the year. So everybody's going to be different. It just depends on their specific circumstances. So.
Okay. Thank you.
So moving on to sales tax. Sales tax is our second largest revenue source, and as we've been talking to you about that, we have not seen the sales tax performing like we would like it to. This is a snapshot as of what we collected in August. We still have 3 more months. The cumulative, what we received is almost 1% over FY23 actuals. We utilize a company called HDL, and they do sales tax analysis. They take the data from the state comptroller's office, and they, you know, do trends and just try to get an idea of what the consumers are doing, what's the market going to do in the state of Texas as well as regionally. In our budget, seeing the trend at the time, we budgeted it flat and budgeted it at the 23 actuals because we know should at least receive that. What you see here, actually the snapshot, what I got from HDL, how to read this just shows you their quarter projection. So you have the different categories of sales tax payers. You know, we have construction, manufacturing, you know, we got some of those businesses here in the city. We have a lot of just general retail, like grocery stores or clothing stores, things like that. Of course, internet retail is what's booming right now. You have restaurants, entertainment, you know, and some various other ones. Our largest percent of sales tax base is really in the general retail category in construction. So as you see what they're projecting based on trend, based on consumer patterns and just the market in general, pretty much throughout the year, the construction side has been trending less. The general retail has been trending less, and they project to continue to trend at a slightly less. And so with that, you know, we decided to budget as a flat budget. But HDL also did provide what they foresee being the estimate. So looking at back to 21, you know, we received 10% above what we received the previous year. 22, we received 10% above what we received in 21. 23, it slowed down. That was after inflation kind of settled down. We received 3%. So year-to-date 24, they estimate about 0.6%. And they're using calendar year versus fiscal year, so our numbers might slightly be different. But in 25, based on all of this and what they're seeing, they're estimating about 2.8% increase. So there may be some good news there, but we just have to see how sales tax ultimately does. So just, I kind of already went over the different areas for the other areas of revenue. Just, again, I wanted to highlight charges for services with includes master fee updates. And then in the other sources category, it does plan for the Peachtree, if you remember that conversation, that recovery services that's supposed to be able to recover insurance claims and such. So that is budgeted under the other sources category. That is all I have in regards to at least general fund revenues. Any other follow-up questions at this point before I turn it over to Mr. Jackson?
Yes, under intergov revenues, how are revenues generated through intergov?
So that one can fluctuate, but what we currently receive on intergov revenue, so we receive a portion from the school district that covers half of the school crossing guards. We receive another portion from the county in regards to a child safety fee that is assessed on when you register your vehicle. So between those two, that recovers our crossing guards expenses. So that goes there. If we receive any grants, so you'll see later, but if you remember, we are adding a position in the Parks Department that we got a grant for the arborist position. So we're going to be receiving, you know, reimbursement up to $50,000 for that in 25. So that's in that category. We also receive, you know, 25% from Cedar Hill, DeSoto, Lancaster for the regional emergency manager. So that's in there. The CDBG code enforcement officer that we get from Dallas County. So those things is what goes in there. I believe it is broken down by account in the revenue section if you wanted to see the specific ones.
Thank you.
And Mayor, just on grants real quick, on Tuesday, we're actually planning a briefing to council. You'll actually, the agenda we had just gone out a few months ago, but anyway, we're really trying to be aggressive with grants. So we're gonna actually do a whole presentation to you on Tuesday. Like if there's, I think, 6 or 7 grants currently, large grants that we're going after for a variety of different things. And so we're really trying to look under every single rock.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So in regards to I don't know if we're going to talk about the master fee schedule later. Is that one of the
We can certainly talk about it now. I don't have a specific slide on it, but
how often do we? Yeah, I can't recall us going through and doing a major update to that. You know, we comparable to other cities as far as, you know, when you look at permits and I know that the rec center, I don't know if they're increasing, you know, membership fees. So how often do we go through all of that and see if
we go through
we're maximizing?
I'm sorry. We go through the exercise every year for departments to look at that and see what it is that they want to recommend, if anything, for a change. They certainly do look at other cities. They look at, you know, Are we recovering what we need to provide the services like the building inspections? And we did just a couple of years ago where we dramatically increased those fees. So, those probably won't increase a whole lot in the next couple of years. The rec center, of course, cost of, operating the services. But every year the departments are looking at those and making recommendations. So, but I think it probably, to your point, would be a good exercise to go through the council too. I think so.
Well, thank you.
I can't remember where I saw it, but there was an increase for certain swimming pools. Is this the time that we're gonna dig into things like that, or?
In the revenue conversations.
Okay, so what was the determining factor? So is it because you compared the swimming pool fees that we charge to other cities and did a fee adjustment because of that, or?
So we don't have, Mr. Keys might be able to answer that, I'm not sure, but I do know we have to drain swimming pools, and we're talking about 30,000 gallons or more in commercial size. We don't have a whole lot of that in the city, but if we're having to drain that, we're incurring a fee, to have to do that as a part of abatement. So that fee would kind of cover that cost, if that's the fee.
Yeah, there was an increase based on the size of the swimming pool. If it hit a certain threshold, I couldn't remember what the threshold was, but I do remember wondering what triggered the increase of that one specific service.
Page 192.
Page 192, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, certainly.
Is it because of the drainage fee and the transportation of it, or?
I'll have to get back to you in terms of what was developed or what was the reasoning behind it for that, because I don't have the answer.
Okay. That was just one of the fees that stood out to me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Building permits section.
So on to, on to general fund expenditures. We're looking at it on an overall basis. First, we were just looking by expenditure type. As you can see, the large majority of our expenditures are in salary and benefits at 65% of the general fund expenditure budget. Another 18, close to 19% in contractual professional services, and about 7% in supplies and materials. So between those three areas, that represents over 90% of the overall budget for general fund. If we were to take a look by department, you see about 50% is in our public safety sector. Between our police department, our fire department makes up just about 50% of the overall general fund budget. And then move it down from there, our public works at about 18%. In our general government section, which covers several of our departments, including this council, as well as city manager and finance, for example, but that covers about 12.6% of the budget. So just looking at it from an overall expenditure to give you all a view of how that breaks down overall. With looking at it in terms of our categories, and we'll talk a little bit about where the actual numbers are through this year, as well as our unaudited numbers for 2023. But when we look at the proposed budget for 25, it's about a 4.3% increase over the adopted budget that was originally passed. When looking at some of these percentages, just want to zero in specifically. Pointer doesn't go on the monitor. My apologies. But looking specifically at supplies and materials versus contractual professional services and maintenance repair. We'll talk about it on a slide coming up, but a lot of that is based on our reclassification of computer software, computer equipment, computer-related expenditures that were previously either in maintenance and repair or in contractual professional services. When we were doing a dive into the actual expenditure accounts, we found that a lot of the software related and computer equipment related accounts were actually in the supplies and materials category. So for this year, we wanted to right size and have that be in the expenditure area that will be hopefully consistent for us moving forward in terms of having expenditures in their right category. But again, from an overall basis, and we'll get into a deeper dive by department in subsequent slides, but overall, we're looking at about a 4.2% increase over what was adopted in the fiscal year 24 budget. Yes, sir.
So it might be more towards you or you, but when I'm looking at the proposed budget and I see that the revenues, that the expenses are larger than the revenues, so that's going to be my first question. Okay, help me understand.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
More
so
expenses and revenues.
yes. No, so you know, we've touched on it on a I guess an overall perspective. But when we really look at what our challenges are as a municipality as it relates to revenue, we don't have the benefit of private industry of a new product that can be introduced into the market. Some of our increases are just locked in based on trends and either what we're seeing or what actually has been developing over this past year, this current year, or prior. And so when we're putting the revenue side together, we certainly want to be fiscally responsible in terms of what we're presenting so that we're having true numbers that we really feel like the city can achieve in terms of actual revenues, and we're not giving you pie in the sky projections for the sake of trying to come into a balanced number. Certainly on the expenditure side, I know I'm preaching to the choir in terms of this council, certainly with the mayor and city manager as well. But in terms of the challenges that our departments continue to have on a day-to-day, month-to-month basis with increasing costs that they're having to deal with and increasing services that need to be provided both internally amongst our city itself as well, or city departments themselves, as well as the services out for our residents and the people of the community. So, we went through great labor, to your point, Councilman McBurnett, on really trying to identify where we could trim in the budget as much as possible with a goal to balance the budget. Where we came in at was probably a little more than 10% of the true gap that we had initially had when we had our initial discussions with the departments in terms of their ask, of their needs for each individual department. So when we rolled that up, that $502,000 was more like over $5 million. And so there was a lot of labor and a lot of work in terms of trying to get it in, with the goal being to try to get as balanced as we could, but also to be respectful of what the departments needed and respectful of the process of not necessarily having a balanced budget and coming right back in terms of introductions to council to appropriate from fund balance.
If I can just piggyback on that. So I just want to be crystal clear about what he just said. So when we put in all of the requests from all the departments versus our revenue, it was over a $5 million budget gap, okay? Nearly every request that every director made of every department for new stuff was rejected. It was all denied. And the departments understood it. We also challenged every single department to go out and find new sources of revenue and really look to the future. As I mentioned at the beginning, this budget is very much, I feel like, still a transitionary budget. This is not sustainable to continue this for many years into the future, right? So that's why we've got to get to long-term capital improvement plan. We've got to get to multi-year budgeting. We've even started having conversations internally. A lot of the other cities in the area are doing things with special improvement districts, and we've even talking with Stagner about how that could even help fund police, like if we had a downtown business improvement district for patrol. So that we're going to have bigger, deeper conversations, because it's not sustainable to just put it all on the backs of the taxpayers. So we've got to get creative and look for these other alternative sources for the future. But for right now, we got to put a Band-Aid on it.
Yes, ma'am.
And to that point, because I noticed that as well. And I go back to the financial policy and read what the financial policy describes as a balanced budget. And according to the financial policy, this is out of balance because it says that either the operating budget will be balanced with current revenue greater than or equal to current expenditures. And how to bring it and to cover those gaps, I assume we had to go into the fund balance.
That's the 500 that's
The
featured in the
507.
letter. Yes.
So with that, 507, as what was proposed in here, now that we know that the tax rate is different, I would assume this is a bigger gap than just 507 because you're not bringing in what you proposed in here because the tax rate changed.
It would still be the same.
Yeah, it would
That's
still be the
because
same amount of
It'll still be
revenue
the
because
same.
I projected the right amount of revenue. It's just the rate itself is different.
Just
So
the taxable value increase. There was more taxable value.
more taxable value. So this is still going to be 507, 461 regardless of what we.
Well, we just
propose.
added 1.2 million, don't forget. But anyway, so yes.
So is this something that we need to look at in changing our policy as far as how we define a balanced budget or?
No, we need to have a conversation about policies overall. The only way really realistically to bring you a balanced budget this year is to start layoffs and eliminating positions. It's that tight. It's really that tight. The can has been kicked down the road for so many years that it's time to pay up, quite honestly. And so, yes, to dip into the 500,000 for this year, just knowing that this is a one-time thing as we continue to work through and figure out new solutions.
So this is a one-time thing because in fiscal year 24, it was a one-time thing as well.
Well, that was the TMRS service credit was added, which still had implications this year, which were not factored into.
Right. So I just want to make sure that we're not creating a trend where we continuously dip into.
But to answer that, that's why I need your guys' help. We've got to look at policies. We've got to look at the CIP. We've got to start to really, even this fall, start talking about long-term financial planning and not wait till next year's budget.
I would agree with that.
And I'll go back to the policy piece, because, and I talked to Jennifer about this yesterday, I think, that $507,000, to some people, when they look at that, it just simply stated, it looks like we spent too much and we pulled it out of a fund to cover. And I know it's more than that, because it's more complicated than that, because you just explained it. Once again, I see the public looking at this, and it looks like we just robbed Peter to pay Paul to balance. And that's not what we're really doing there. But I wanted to have this discussion too, and Jennifer explained it to me, but I wanted to have it for the public benefit and for even to further secure my knowledge that this wasn't something that we could avoid, but it's also not a cover-up. That it's out here, it's in print, so it's not a cover-up. It's not a good practice. We did it last year for different reasons, and I'm glad we're having this discussion for the public so that they can understand this is absolutely necessary that we do this. Now, the one question I couldn't get answered, and maybe it's too much in the weeds today, but what funds was that money pulled from? Was it pulled out of one fund? Was it pulled out of multiple funds? Where do we get that 507,000? What's the breakdown on that?
It would, so in terms of where that would, I guess, that gap would just come specifically out of general fund balance.
Just a one-time 507,000?
So over the course, so essentially over the course of fiscal year 25, when you look at the beginning balance of the general fund and look at what we project for the ending balance for general fund, we're projecting that overall balance to be reduced by 500.
And for everyone, what page is that on?
Page 36. So as we've stated before, the financial reports on things. So, we target a 60-day fund balance reserve, which is about 6.9 million. It's in small, very small font, I'm sorry, but we still have 13 million above and beyond that reserve as well. So it's not
Once
dipping
again,
into
I'm just glad we're having the conversation because it looks so simply that we just grab money so that we can balance, and it's not that simple.
The other thing I'd add is a lot of actually municipalities, including my experience, and Richard and I bring some different experiences, and I know that you did as well. This use of what's called appropriating fund balance is actually common practice because we may not actually end up needing the 500,000. If the expenses don't come in at the full total number, there won't be a need to actually allocate to that 500,000. Or if we have leftover money at the end of the year, we may put $1 million back into fund balance and not take the 500,000 out, we may go 1.5 the other way. So you never really know until you're closing out the fiscal year. So it's a little bit of a shell. It's not to say that 500,000 is actually going to get spent today. We don't
So
know
when we
that.
close out that fiscal year, we can revisit this and say,
Yes,
Correct.
and that's actually a lot of times when that's done, at the year end, and there's usually a year-end closing policy. We're actually working on some policies for you guys right now, so.
I think Jennifer has something.
I'm sorry. I just also wanted to, he was going to touch on this when he gets to the next slide, but if you look at this page, unaudited at this point, we received 7% more revenue than we had projected, and you'll see on the next slide, we've actually spent 95% of our budget, so we're talking about 4.8 million net revenue that goes into the general fund from fiscal year 23, from what we didn't spend and what we hope we could.
So, the general fund, not the general fund, but the fund balance. So anything that we have left over at the end of a fiscal year, it is deposited into the fund balance, and that's how we continue to increase over the 6.9 million.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and I know since I've been on council, this is the second time we've had to go into it. And so this isn't generally not how it's done, how it's been done before in the past. You are able to meet expenditures and revenue. Yes. Okay. So
But you said earlier, this is uncommon.
Correct.
No.
It's actually very common to appropriate fund balance, and actually one of the policies that we're working on, a year-end closing policy, I would actually recommend that the policy actually be that before we actually do the transfer, the council actually vote on it by resolution, so that you know actually how much we actually had to spend. This becomes a placeholder just to balance the budget, and we may not need the 500,000. We may only need 5,000. Who knows? We may not need anything at all. But then if we do it at year end, then you know specifically what we've done.
But to your point earlier, at the end of the day, we need to change our policy.
that's what I'm getting to. We need to amend our policy to mimic our practices. If I come from a world where we say what we do what we say. And that if we're saying that this is our policy and how we do our finances, then let's let it reflect. And that's the least
And Mayor, I do agree with that comment, yet we still need to continue to have best practices.
Best practices implemented as well. That's it.
Thank you.
So when we look at the breakdown of expenditures by department, and we'll get into each individual area, but just to show again an increase over the adopted budget of about 4.3%. Again, as Jennifer had alluded to, based on our unaudited numbers of fiscal year 2023, the city finished about 95% of their expenditure budget for 23. So we finished roughly 5% under budget of what our original expectations were. And again, looking so far in this fiscal year, year to date, again, looking at an 80 to 90% target as it relates to the overall budget. We're at about 87.8% of our budget from the expenditure side. So what that says is based on that information, we project that we'll come in at or potentially below budget, depending on how some of these final expenditures come through over the last month and a half. And again, we'll get into each of the individual areas and have an opportunity to stop for questions. Again, looking at just a general overview of the expenditures and some of the, I guess, new introduction as it relates to those expenditures. We talked about the cost of living adjustment. This does factor in a 2% cost of living adjustment that will take effect on day one of the new fiscal year. It also has a 1% merit adjustment. Again, some of these things that have been discussed, but budgetarily, we have that effective at the beginning of Q2 of fiscal year 25, January 1st. There's also, from the expenditure side, an 8% increase to our city-paid medical insurance rates. And so the city had benefited over the past several years by those numbers being relatively flat. We kind of knew at some point the increase was going to happen, and so for fiscal year 25, we're seeing that, and so we factored that into the budget. Just as a point of reference, as it relates to employees themselves, very minimal increase to what they'll be seeing in terms of what the employee responsibility of the medical pay is.
Didn't we have a slight decrease last year in the employee?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. The city expense actually would have been even a little higher. What was the number? 10%, whatever it was. But we were actually able to negotiate a package that included a combination of the health insurance and dental. So the employees end up paying a little bit more. The city ends up paying a little bit more, but it's less than what it would have been individually had we went with the other program. So by doing the combination, it actually saves both the employee and the city a little bit of money.
There was, I have a note in here, no dental insurance. Was that an option back in the past? Y'all didn't have any dental insurance? Is that what I understood?
It was self-paid.
It was self-paid. Okay.
And that's this combo thing that I'm talking about.
But this year, we're proposing to pay
a portion so
portion
that
of
it
the
actually
dental
reduces the city's expense. Yes,
Yeah,
that
we
was the
take care of that
combination. Yes.
And remind me, are we in a plan on our medical insurance where the costs incurred by employee illness and whatnot, does that contribute to the increased cost? I know at one time it was set up that way.
Say that again.
Well, if we have a lot of costs as a result of illness and injuries, does it impact some of the increase?
Yes, because what, insurance companies do is they look at our claims history, and I think, I forget what the number is, but they're looking at a loss ratio of 80, 83%, 85, something like that. So when you have claims that are consistently, higher than 85% of, you're paying a premium and what they're paying out, that trend, then they're going to start looking at that and assess that. So they look at our claims history.
So some of that resulted in the past a number of times in programs within the city to try to help employees maintain their health.
Yes.
Do we have anything?
We still have a wellness program. Ms. Henry down there could probably speak to some of that, but they've been going strong the last couple of years doing wellness challenges and trying to keep employees engaged.
Good. Thank you.
Wellness stuff.
If we could just go back to the 2% and the 1%. So the 2% cost of living adjustments, my understanding that some employees in the past have actually not been receiving the cost of living adjustments. So this is a citywide 2% cost of living adjustment, all general employees, everyone. The 1% merit, we've been actually interviewing HR director candidates, and that was actually one of the questions that we posed to actually the candidates is what would a 1% merit program look like? And they've all kind of been providing us different ideas. We do annual performance evaluations. Every employee of the city gets an annual performance evaluation. And starting out here to answer the question about what that may look like, it might be as simple as if you receive a good or better, you make it the 1%. If you don't, then you wouldn't type thing. And we're still in the process of designing that right now. I think our new HR director that starts Monday has some ideas about that she shared with us, some practices that she's done with another municipality.
Okay, and not to get into the weeds again, but just a quick answer if you have it available. Is there, is the 2% COLA or the 1% merit increase limited in respect to new employees coming on board? Do they have to be here through their full probation before they qualify? Or is this given to everyone, regardless of their how short they've been employed?
I don't think we've worked out all those details yet, Mayor.
That's a weeds. No
Yeah.
problem. No problem. Thank you. Any other questions?
And down the last bullet point here in terms of the supplies, again, we talked about the fact that some of those software-related, computer-related costs in terms of where they rested or resided on the expenditures, that we shift those from the contractual or the maintenance area into those particular lines that rolled up into supplies and materials. Want to stop at this point because there's an additional topic that we wanted to cover that was after we had put the budget presentation together, and that was to talk about just in general, not only in terms of, as we've already discussed, in terms of the formulation of the overall budget, in this case for fiscal year 25, but also in terms of what happens throughout the fiscal year. We know that there are certainly challenges, certainly opportunities, challenges being different expenditures that could drive our overall expenditure projection up or down, as well as opportunities in terms of things that could be an improvement to reduce expenditures or to increase revenues. So certainly in terms of some of the challenges that we're looking at right now currently, one is, Mr. Finch had already alluded to it, challenges with respect to recruitment. And so in terms of what we're finding, what some of the positions based on different studies, what the averages just overall, but particularly in the best Southwest, in terms of our direct competitors. And so that potential impact in terms of additional expenditure that could be at our feet, if you will. Also, in terms of our being financed, calculation of the cost of living adjustment, when Jennifer and I went back and looked at the tables in terms of what was initially presented, there were two tables that were not factored into the overall number. So when we factored that back in, that has the potential for additional expenditure for 2025. We believe that in terms of opportunities to help offset, to make this budget neutral or potentially even where it offsets even into the 500,000 is our department-to-department contact that we've had throughout this fiscal year since Mr. Finch and I have been here, in our dialogue in terms of identifying potential opportunities for expenditure reductions, contract revisiting, to look at are we getting the best value in terms of expenditures. Certainly, if there's any reduction in overall salaries and benefits budget as a result of the vacancies that we're trying to fill, but they're still remaining open, there's opportunities for clawback there as well. But we did want to make sure that we had this discussion with this council in terms of different challenges that we're seeing even in our formulation stage with putting the 25 budget together.
If I can just piggyback, so for instance, like this budget was prepared, 30, 45 days ago, whatever it is. Even over that time period, we've made offers of employment for new individuals as we continue to rebuild the team and fill different positions. And so even some of the numbers in the 25 budget are going to be some challenges in terms of those salary expectations and stuff. And so, budgets are always a fluid document. They're always a guide. We do our best, but eventually, I'm certain we're going to have to come to you with some budget adjustments as we go through the year. But
the city manager, is it true to say because of our other best Southwest cities, I mean, you know, for instance, police, and in terms of other cities, I mean, they've taken some significant stretches that whereas we were always kind of here, they really raised it up
I
significantly.
Yes, the council knows, I sent you, I don't know what it was, 2 or 3 weeks ago, I sent you an Excel spreadsheet. I had asked HR to do a salary survey for me of the best Southwest cities for some of our predominant positions, our leadership positions, as well as a variety of other positions. That's a practice I've usually always done during the budget time. And generally speaking, we're paying about 80 to 85% of the other best Southwest cities. We're basically at the bottom of the rung right now. We're usually city number 9 or 11, depending on how you look at it, with the best Southwest cities and some of the surrounding cities in terms of pay. That's not always the case. Some departments we're not. Finance, it just happens to be we're not. We're actually right on par. But so I'm currently looking department by department. I can tell you there's some challenges with IT budget. There's some challenges with human resource budget. As I'm going through those are some of the conversations we'll need to have. But, you know, I've shared with you many times, the 4 of us, the 4 city managers, the best Southwest, we meet every single Monday, and those are some of the things we talk about, because we're not trying to poach each other's employees. We're really trying to work to elevate the entire best Southwest. But we start to have conversations, and like even fire, I'll give you a perfect example. Lancaster's getting ready to hire 18 new firefighters. And I said, please don't steal our firefighters, right? And so we got into a whole conversation about that among the city managers about, okay, Duncanville's pay might be a little less than the other 3 best Southwest cities, but we now have $48.96. So we're looking for alternatives that they don't have, right? So we're looking for alternatives to try to be competitive, even though we may not be the top paying city in the best Southwest, and we're gonna have to continue to work on that. That's not gonna be something we're gonna be able to fix in 1 year.
Okay. Again, as promised, moving into discussions on individual departments, and starting with the mayor and council. And so again, we just looked at the expenditures by type. Over half of the expenditures for the mayor and council's budget is made up in the supplies, materials, other financing uses, but also about 35% in the contractual and professional services. And again, just a housekeeping note, I'll definitely highlight the areas that we'll break into for each department. So specifically for mayor and council, when we look at where they were versus the adopted budget of 24, it was flat. So again, just honing in the 59,000 from the contractual and professional services line. What makes up that number is primarily in membership dues amongst the various groups that you see on the slide, for a total of a little more than 34,000, and then as well as professional development. We look at the 97,000 that is in the budget for training. Again, that's primarily made up of training opportunities for this council, retreats, as well as an area of the budget for boards and commissions. Any questions on this area specifically before moving on? Yes, ma'am.
Boards and commissions appreciation, 4,000. Are we reinstituting that? Because I don't recall us having boards and commission appreciation in the last few years. Are we bringing that back?
Yes,
Yes.
that is the intention.
Thank you. Happy to see that.
All right.
Now, you're looking at the 4,500?
The 45.
The 97,200. It's
4,000.
listed,
Yes,
broken
sir.
down, 4,500, boards and commission appreciation.
Well, that's under the bullet point of training. And I don't see anything on there for boards and commission training, council training. But where do we have something put aside for because we've identified in many interviews that training is an issue, but I don't see money set aside for boards and commission training.
There is money in the budget for that. It's just, you know, you have a kind of a bottom line budget here, so you have flexibility within that to ensure that you provide, you know, the training for the boards and commissions. As well as
Well,
appreciation.
not right now, of course, but can we actually get that number, how much goes towards, because we have a lot of people that are rotating through, we're getting interviewed a lot of people recently, and some of these boards especially need training and orientation, and there's a cost incurred with that, whether it's our city attorney or somebody else. So I'd like to see that actual number for money committed to training of board and commission members.
Mayor, we can get that. I know that I'll share with you, Director Barrera and Director Warren and I just had with Mr. Keys, we were just having that exact conversation about even like there's some money in planning, there's some money in zoning, and making sure that either whether it's our city attorney or somebody else comes to them and does some training with so many new members. So that's an active conversation that we're also having. We can put something together that has the overall.
And I also will highlight that, so we have liaisons in various departments, and historically, and when I was in HR, I budgeted for civil service to take them to the civil service conference, for example. I think Parks and Rec does the same thing for their Keep Duncanville Vehicle Board, you know, they do budget for those kind of conference trainings for their specific boards, but this would be more global for all boards and training.
Right, thank you. Yes.
I'd had because at some point I requested some detail as far as the council's expenses, and like with the planning and training and development. So I don't go to every TML, I don't go to every National League of Cities. I know others don't. And so just looking for opportunities to find funds for employee appreciation. So I had a discussion with the city manager. And as we go through the year, if we could look at using what we're not using for training and et cetera for employee appreciation. And I think the city manager's been asking the employees what they'd like to see. So
Now, that may be different than what I've seen, but I've seen employee acknowledgement on our website. We've actually pointed out specific employees and talked a little bit about them, let them talk. Is this something different than that?
This would be a little bit different than that.
Okay.
This would be something, whether it's an event or whatever the case, to kind of acknowledge that.
So you've done a survey?
We did. We have an employee advisory team who's talking about. And for instance, I'll give you an example. The feedback that I've received is that the annual Christmas party, for instance, where the city council permit, that may not be their most favorite thing or way of receiving appreciation, you know, and so maybe we need to rethink about some different things.
You don't like to see us in April?
But I mean, we're talking about attracting and hiring, but we also, you do put a lot more thought into retention and finding different ways to show our current employees we appreciate it. I think it would be very valuable.
Good thought, good thought.
Anything else before moving? So again, we're looking at the city manager's office and looking at the overall proposed budget here. Again, we're breaking down, you can see the pretty much the budget itself. 94% of it is in the salary and benefit category. Going in terms of kind of peeling back that onion, certainly added a project manager in fiscal year 24. And so the plan to continue out with that into fiscal year 25. And also added interns into the budget for fiscal year 25 as well. Honing in on the contractual and professional services in terms of how that breaks out, the majority again for city managers as well, almost $12,000 of it is in the membership fees for ICMA, Texas City Managers Association, as well as others, as well as $4,000 for staff professional development in the city manager's office. and the training budget or training as part of what is in other uses is for city manager and staff of that office to go for the various trainings offered for ICMA, NLC, TML, etc. So I'll stop here. Any questions on the city manager? Yes, ma'am.
That's good.
There were some other changes that I don't see listed like we have on page 43. 2 assistant city managers. And then a reclass of the assistant to the city manager position.
Yes.
Page 43.
Page
I'm sorry. So
Um,
has that been eliminated?
the reason they're not showing it on there is because it's not a budgetary impact, but yes,
Okay.
that is proposed, so that the assistant to the city manager position would be eliminated, and there would be 2 assistant city managers, but they would be budget neutral. I think I shared with council prior discussing that it's a combination of approximately $280,000. Those 2 positions is what's budgeted, and then splitting those in half. First, there will be 2 assistant city managers, one focused on community development, community relations, one focused on internal operations. There's also, share with you, the project manager position that is currently vacant with some changes. That is still budgeted in here. But Director Bryant and I have been having some discussions about really kind of revamping the Public Works Department as we're making some changes there. And so it's in there as a placeholder right now, but that may or may not be something we need to fund through city administration. It might be something that Public Works can incorporate, but that's down the road.
Okay, so that we would still have the position. It would just be absorbed by another department. And because I know we got it because of Intergun and the different projects that we needed. That's what started the conversation.
Yes,
Okay. Was there any other changes? So anyway, what's going to be listed on here are the budget changes, not what remains budget neutral. It's just going to be what you're highlighting or just what's going to impact the budget.
The
fiscal
Yeah.
versus what you're highlighting on the screen, right?
Okay.
Yes, and so what we wanted to do, Councilmember Gooden, is we wanted to certainly peel back the onion on what, again, this table is what was presented in the budget book, but honing in on specific lines in terms of, like, for example, in this case, what made up like some of the larger dollar values, and to give a highlight of what comprised the majority of what you see here in terms of some of the adjustments, or in some cases, just like if the contractual services number was the highest expenditure line outside of salary and benefits, what are some of the main factors that made it up? So certainly, if there's something that isn't covered on the slide that you or certainly any of the council members have in the notes for discussion, that we'll certainly take those questions and answer it. We have directors here to kind of help us.
That's why he started with the city manager's office.
You saw that shift in reverse?
I caught it, but thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions before moving on to the next slide? Okay. City Secretary's budget. So when we look at this, it's the impact in terms of proposed versus last year's budget is pretty much flat versus the revised budget, but when we take it versus the adopted budget, it's actually about a 7.5% decrease. Going in, again, wanted to focus in on the supplies and materials and contract and professional services dollar figures that make up the majority of the non-salary budget. Again, first of all, with supplies, began talking before that we had moved the software expenditures from what were previously in contractual in the city secretary's budget into the supplies budget. So this is where you're seeing some of the impact when looking at it versus last year. In terms of the actual cost, the Laserfish program, the Just FOIA program, and iCompass, again, are the expenditures that make up the majority of the supply expenditure amount in the budget. Moving on to contractual and professional services budget of about a little more than $74,000. Again, about 80-ish% of it is in the election expenditures that we have budgeted for fiscal year 25. So I'll stop here at this point to see if there are any questions specifically with the city secretary. Yes, sir.
Just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Is there an anticipation for the election expenses to go down? And the reason why I'm asking that, because we've made the suggestion that it's like, and I know it's a Dallas County thing, but I've also seen, I think they're realizing they need to reduce down the number of polling places.
Well,
and such, so.
I just have the detail pulled up here on my screen. The 60,120 actually is a reduction versus 24, which was at 77,000. So that actually does factor in the reduction already, that 60,000.
And typically, just to highlight too, we budget a little extra in there in case we have a runoff election, but in the last few years, we have not had that too. So looking at where we are actually this year and last year, we never had a runoff, so that was funds we did not.
Any other questions?
Go over supplies for me one more time, supplies and materials. Is that what, just for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so again, we wanted to talk about when you look at the increase from the revised budget and from 5,000 to 58,000, that again, a lot of these were moved, so we made sure to try to right size it in terms of where it was listed on our chart of accounts expenditures. And then similarly, you see the contractual professional services decline when looking at this year's budget versus what we're projecting for 2025. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Human Resources Department is next. And again, we're looking at the overall slight increase over 2024. Again, breaking out as be a pretty consistent trend. Certainly seeing when looking at the expenditures by type that the majority of your expenditures are going to be in salary and benefits. Certainly, taking about 94% between salaries and contractual professional services. As you can see here, when we look at that, specifically as it relates to benefit changes, we have a placeholder specifically in HR's budget. We added $40,000 in benefits for employee-only dental. So in terms of increases for the dental, that the city is having a portion of either the employee-only or again that equivalent for those that may have employee plus spouse, employee plus family. So again, having it specifically in HR's budget as a placeholder because throughout the year it could get spread amongst the various departments. Moving down to contractual and professional services at about $124,000 is primarily made up of about $90,000 in physicals, drug screenings, background checks, promotional tests, participant fees, insurance broker, and an additional $25,000 in having a budget for citywide professional development. Certainly, again, Mr. Finch has spoke with all directors in terms of the importance and the need to make sure that we are investing in our employees once they're in our building. That it's not just about hopefully accomplishing the work and doing and putting good work together, but that we have an eye on continuous improvement and continuing education. And so that $25,000 is budgeted for citywide professional development that HR would have to lead on for various departments throughout the city. And certainly on training and employee appreciation. Oh, yes, sir, I'm sorry. Oh, Councilman Coons, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Actually, it sounded like you maybe about to start to answer my question, so you're about to talk about employee appreciation, so.
Yes.
So maybe I'll just let you talk and you might answer.
Okay, well, again, in terms of what's currently in the human resources budget, when we look at this, and again, this would be in the other uses category. So on training and employee appreciation specifically, about a little more than $30,000. You know, $8,000, a little more in civil service training, TMHRA, TML training. But then again, a little more than 22,000 in, as we had talked about before, right now, what is forecasted, the annual Christmas luncheon, retirement and milestone awards. But given the dialogue that Mr. Finch had already alluded to, you know, we certainly want to make sure that what we're putting forth from an expenditure standpoint kind of factors into what we're listening to and the feedback that we're getting from our employees.
Yes, and I mean, again, I don't mean to go on and on about this, but I really hope we can underline how important this is. And I was going to ask about the employee recognition program and see what that involves. I see that's a goal for the next fiscal year. So exactly what would that look like? And is that part of this budget, or would that have its own budget?
So part of that is, you know, I'm going to go back to, there's a couple of different steps here, and obviously with a revamp of the Human Resource Department with a new director, assistant director, we're kind of working through as we kind of go through some transitions. The $25,000 for professional development, that specifically is earmarked to really help train all of our employees on a customer service mindset. We're here to serve our residents. We're here to, whatever it is that they need, really get them thinking about what can we do to go above and beyond and really be here for our residents. And so that's actually bringing some folks in based on some estimates that we got in terms of whether it's emerging leaders program or it's the customer service program, and doing some training here. So then going to the other piece of it, the milestone awards, it's my understanding there's been some of those types of things in the past. I think that's one of the ongoing conversations, you know, like for instance, this year I'll share with you the employee advisory team. One thing they did, I forget how much it was $500, $400, $500. They went out one day and got like ice cream cones for everybody and just went through on Dairy Day in June just to show the employees how much they're appreciated, those types of things. So it's really kind of also letting them tell us what they think is important. And that's what we've been doing with this employee advisory team that we created. They meet every single month. Again, you guys have heard me say it continuously, but we're in a period of transition with all this. And so I know that the new human resource director has some ideas about that too that might be helpful in really kind of taking that to the next level and what that might look like. And currently that program was started under city administration, but I would envision that moving over with our new human resource director here, this budget. So some of this is placeholder, to be honest with you, in terms of the budget, that all the details haven't been worked out yet, the specifics.
Yes, ma'am.
So then, I know when we were talking about just a second ago, it was proposed that whatever we have left over in council's budget, that it would go towards something like this, but you've already had it worked into the budget. Then the remaining balance, we can find something else to do if needed. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I like the idea of just for, I support appreciating city employees. We are valued.
Any other thoughts? Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
just one other question. So does Blue Cross Blue Shield, do they provide wellness programming? Like lunch and learns?
I have an answer to that over here. Andrea Henry, Assistant HR Director, if we haven't met. Blue Cross Blue Shield, I need to look at the numbers for the next year. They actually provide us a wellness budget that they reimburse expenses if we do programming for our wellness program. That's something we've begun taking advantage of this past year. In fact, I've got a note on my desk to send them some receipts for reimbursements for our wellness program. And so we've got some ideas that we're wanting to work with our new HR director with for the fall and the spring related to that, using that wellness budget that they give us, that they'll reimburse us, as well as they have various apps and things like that that go out to employees via email to encourage them to take advantage of Blue Cross Blue Shield resources that they make available to anybody who's enrolled in their benefits.
Any other? I'm moving into our IT budget. So the breakout of the expenditures is pretty diverse for IT because of the programming, the software, the various IT contracts. So again, while salary and benefits makes up the majority of theirs, when you're looking at a percentage basis, again, smaller department, but in terms of those services and those contracts, it's a citywide expenditure and not just for certainly IT. When looking at overall, it's a slight decrease over the adopted budget, but again, relatively flat. When we look at the supplies budget total of $304,000, 145,000 of it is our annual maintenance and license fees for Tyler Technologies. That is our main ERP systems and software that is used here for the city, as well as about 97,500 for the licenses across the city that we use for Office 365. Looking at the contractual and professional line of the 222,000, what primarily comprises that 90,000 is in our data and sale plans for the city. So from field staff, office staff, police and fire, and those contracts as well. It's $50,000 expenditure for network and phone support and working with our third-party consultation for that, as well as $21,000 for our annual network security assessments to evaluate and hopefully to help ensure that we're in compliance in that regard. From our utilities budget for IT, $75,000 is related to the city's phone system that we use through Ring Central. And then finally, on the maintenance portion of the budget, a little more than 348,000. The primary factors there, 140,000 for the Swagit program, 62,000 for annual maintenance of our camera security systems, as well as the building access technology that we have for the buildings throughout our facilities throughout the city, and as well as $65,000 for our internet and connectivity costs. And that's, again, these costs are citywide. Any questions in relation to IT?
Richard, so, well, let me start with the two things, but let me start with Councilmember McBurnett's question was the CAD, the SWRCC, that's not in this portion.
That's in police.
That's in police, okay. All right. Sure. The other thing, I just want to make council aware of something. I want to make sure it doesn't save the changes. Richard and I, as we started meeting with every single department and with Jennifer and going through this, one of the things that, and Chief Stocker, I'm going to ask you to speak specifically about this. A frustration for some of the departments previously was the way IT was being funded. And, you know, who better to know whether or not he has a new police officer starting or not, what the computer needs or technology needs would be than the chief. But that's not the way it was necessarily being operated before. So what we're trying to do through this budget is make a transition to that type of a model versus what it was before. Do you want to just touch on that?
So we have, obviously, when we hire a new employee, we onboard them, and by doing that, that also includes any IT items, supplies, things of that nature. Until we get that person cannot do their function. In previous years, we had an IT replacement fund that was used, but most recently, I say most recently, previously, we had a director that would say, no, you need to put that money in your budget, but that was done mid-budget year. So there was no way for us to fund that, because now I'm pulling money from other resources in my budget to try to fund that asset to be able to get this person onboarded and work.
And then sometimes directors were even being told no by the IT director.
Correct.
That there weren't funds in the IT budget. It became quite convoluted. It was probably one of the number one complaints I heard from directors when I started. So we're trying to build it back so that, yes, the money will still end up with the IT replacement fund, yada, yada, but the directors are budgeting for their needs in their departments.
And that was, in terms of Doug and I bringing our experiences in our respective municipalities in that area of the budget, resting with the department, because again, as they're planning for the potential positions, that they're building that into the budget so we can assure that it's there. Any other, oh, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
So you said build it back into the budget. So in this proposed budget, it's already built in. That
Yes.
old process has been eliminated. We're not building it, it's already built in.
Directors have already
Okay.
made their request in here.
So I was gonna say, how are we gonna close that gap there? But
Yes.
all right.
So yeah, in this year's budget, it's part of the individual departments. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Any other IT questions? Okay, moving on to communications and
Put a
marketing.
plug in, there's not enough money in there for IT, I just got thrown out there. But anyway, so-
That's what I am concerned about IT.
IT, as
overall.
we very well know, impacts every single department.
Yes.
So it's gonna
Yes.
be an ongoing conversation, so.
Yes, in our communications and marketing, again, looking from the overall budget perspective, an increase over last year. The composition is again primarily in the salary and benefits category, about 2/3 of the budget composition, and another quarter of it in supplies and materials. Again, what we want to look at, again, when looking at the 8,000 from the revised of 24 to the 134 in supplies and materials, and then on the contractual professional services, 114 to 59, again, as we shift the expenditures into where we feel is the right location for that on our chart, on our expenditure chart. So overall, 17% increase in 25's budget over 24's budget. Again, wanted to focus on the supplies area and contractual professionals specifically. So first of all, supplies, the budget, that's particularly made up of our annual click fix fees. Again, that was moved from contractual this year into the software, which is in the supplies area this year for 25. And then new to the 2025 budget is a system for social media management and archiving, so that we have a better process in terms of Alex's maneuvering as it relates to social media and being able to have, I guess, a better process for retaining the information that's either being put forth or that we're receiving in as well. And then $20,000 is a new budget item this year, and that's going towards different events as we continue to try to expand our efforts for communication, interaction with the community. So media mixers, open house for City Hall, and updating our meeting signage as well. Moving on to contractual professional services, what comprises that 59,000 number for 2025. Again, a new line item for 25 versus 24, adding a new after-hours answering service. Again, we touched on some improvements that we want to do from a customer service perspective. We feel that this is a necessary piece to add in, as well as $30,000 for printed newsletters, postcards, mailings. Again, in our communication and our activity with our residents, and $11,000 for promotions and advertising that we have for what is all going on throughout the city of Duncanville. So I'll stop here if there are any questions for the communication and marketing.
So pretty much you try to answer as much of the public's concern about the lack of communication from the city. And this is like, so what is a media mixer?
Mr. Hamby's right there. Happy to tell you.
The idea of a media mixer is to engage more with the local media, invite them to City Hall, let them meet key figures, and do 2 in 1 day, a breakfast mixer and a lunchtime mixer, because of the fact that what the media reporters, camera people are out there working different shifts. So we want to be able to have that a more face-to-face relationship with them than we currently have. That's the goal of it.
That's interesting. And then I see unpaid intern 0.5. What's the 0.5?
Half a person.
Half. Okay, I thought that was part-time. I wanted to make sure.
Yes, sir.
And I do want to say that I'm pleased to see kind of an increase towards this direction. But tell me how the after-hours answering service. What's that? What's the purpose?
May I? Over the weekend, we're seeing 5 o'clock. Staff is gone. People are still calling. So they're winding up in voicemails, and they're winding up in voicemails for things that they can get immediate assistance with. For example, I've got a dog in my front yard. We can't assist them after hours, and we can't direct them to non-emergency. But having the after-hours answering service would allow them to interact with somebody and get the correct information. For example, the after-hours non-emergency number.
I'll ask from my recollection and see if it's changed, that after-hours answering service also have the after-hours numbers for people that can come back and turn your water off if you have to after hours. Well, it may take a while to get them back down and get their truck and get out there. They can come out after hours. So they have that, and Matt, you're pretty familiar with it. That's still in place?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's a great opportunity for us to take care of business after hours, other than just having an answering service person take your name and number and say, we'll get back to you. Because oftentimes they're talking about getting back to you Monday. You need your water off on Friday at 10 o'clock at night. They'll send people out. And those schedules are changed on a regular basis. So,
Weekly, sir, yes.
and that information is provided to the after hours call service, so that everything's kept up to date, so we can be efficient in addressing issues after hours that really need to be addressed.
I will speak for Public Works. We recently, a few years ago, modified our travel policy. So on-call personnel are actually allowed to take a city vehicle home if they're within a certain radius. That allows even faster response time.
Great idea. Great idea. Okay, I just want to mention before we move on, we're at that 6 o'clock hour, which technically would have taken us into this next meeting. So what's the council's pleasure? We still got a lot to go over. We just go ahead and roll on until we get this part of our presentation done.
That would be mine.
Okay, no growling stomachs at this point?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Let us know when you want to take a break. So.
Yes.
Well, no, I think what we're hearing is we'll go ahead and finish this up. Hopefully we'll get it done in a reasonable time so we can get our other business in a reasonable time.
So, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I just want to say, first of all, thank you for the detail on this presentation, because when I made requests for details, and this is exactly what I'd asked for. So I don't know, having this printed out and being able to take it with me, I don't know unless we have questions about items we see on here. I don't know if we need to go over each individual breakdown?
So, our plan is to have another get
Because
together.
we do have September 5th, and
Yeah,
that starts in
we've
the
got another
morning.
time when we'll get, so we can kind of, let these other things sink in, so that any other questions we have as a result of getting this additional information can be addressed at that next session that we have to talk specifically about our budget. So we can discuss, debate, and still have some changes, time to make some changes.
Well, my thought, if we were gonna continue now, then we don't have to look at the details for
Oh,
supplies,
sure.
contracts, unless someone has.
Sure,
Maybe just speed
no,
up the
Yeah.
presentation.
Yeah, we certainly, yeah.
Yeah, try not to say that, yeah.
Yeah, I'll say it, that's true.
Yeah, no.
The only thing though, before we, I just don't want it to go by without mentioning it, we haven't mentioned it, C-Click Fix. I know council's had some conversations about that before. Mr. Keys and I have had conversation. He's looking at, as part of our new EnerGov system, there's a module within that may actually allow us to replace C-Click Fix, actually built into the system and automatically streamline some stuff. We'll come back to you later with that, but we are looking for efficiency improvements with that.
So are we, at some point, not tonight, are we gonna get an update on the progress of EnerGov? Just rolling
It's
it out.
live.
It's live.
How's it going?
Are we gonna get an update?
Well, there's always going to be bugs.
All right, thank you.
We did have at least one person say it was very easy.
Yes.
So we've had at least one person
I asked
tell
him
us
if we
it
could
was
record
very
him.
easy. Alex is on it. He's gonna record.
Yeah, so out of respect for the time here today, we'll certainly try to speed up, power it through here, but we will follow up with you individually if you have any questions that we can answer in advance of September 5th as well. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're gonna speed up with just the highlights, and if I still have questions, we're saving that until September 5th?
Right,
Okay.
right, and keyword speed up.
Yes.
Okay, I just needed to know, because I'll interrupt with a question.
Yes. No, we heard you before in terms of having some questions on the breakout, but certainly we can pivot in this presentation as well. So again, looking at the library's budget overall, and just a slight increase, slightly flat. Again, you have in front of you, you can consult. And again, if there's any questions on any other specific items, we can certainly cover that at that particular time. But again, looking at library 25 versus 24, slight increase, 1%, again, relatively flat. Looking at the city marshal's budget, actually it's just a slight decrease. Really not a lot to his budget outside of, again, the switch over when you look at supplies and contract. That's just a switch over of the computer expenditure lines moved up into the supplies category.
Okay, I'm gonna save this till our next meeting, but I do want a discussion to determine whether we need another marshal to help facilitate the warrants and the collections, compared to using a contractor that may or may not be successful at our collections right now. Who are we using, by the way? Is there a name of who's providing collections for us, collection efforts?
It's McCleary, and it's 4 or 5 names in the firm. I can't remember. McCleary and something.
And has that been somebody we've used for a while? Okay, all right, so that's for later discussion.
Well, and I'm in agreement with you, because I think this is, talking about another revenue, this is one I think that can actually pay for itself and more.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to the fiscal services budget, there's an increase in 25 in our proposed budget for 25 over 24. The salaries area specifically, our budget administrator was previously in the city manager's budget, has now moved over into the finance budget, in addition to reclassification of the controller position to our assistant finance director position. Again, there's some additional expenditures that were previously in non-departmental as it related to the audit, for example, that was moved in. And so those are some of the main factors for fiscal services. Moving on.
Richard,
Yes.
Just counsel, I want you to know how amazing fiscal services is really doing. They are working so hard. There's been so much cleanup work to do for all of them since joining the team or rejoining the team in some cases. And they're working so hard and making so much progress. And I haven't even had a chance to send you an email yet. I'm going to, but Richard and I were on a call with credit rating agency, and while most municipalities, due to some changes in the area, saw a credit rating decrease, they held ours steady. And so fantastic news. We're still a AA. And so I want to send you the note from Hilltop Securities, but I had to brag on fiscal services for a minute because they are really doing a job for us.
Great job, guys.
Thank you. Municipal court, again, breaking into the finance as a whole, slight increase for municipal court, about 5%. Again, a lot of that is in the contractual professional in terms of the expenditures as you have there. Again, if there are any questions, we can follow up certainly with you.
Just want to make a real quick comment about
Yes, sir.
that, because I know that's an area, but I know there's concerns and stuff too, but spacings and one concern and that stuff, so I'm just trying to make sure we addressing that or looking towards that. Is that part of our?
It's part of the update, the facility needs update.
Okay.
Moving on to the procurement division, again, slight increase in the 25 budget when looking at it versus our 24 budget. The majority of the increase here in the other financing and uses, as well as in our contract professional services, is revolving around our investment in our staff as it relates to different trainings, different certifications, and things of that nature for improvement with them.
Can
Yes, ma'am.
elaborate more on conduct one Best Southwest minority women-owned business education opportunity for the public in Duncanville?
No, it's a great question. And I know Eldon's not here, but Eldon Brock, who's our Chief Procurement Officer, Eldon and I have had a lot of conversation, and we really want to be very intentional in the city's efforts to increase the amount of business that we're doing with minority-owned business, MBE, and women-owned business, WBEs. And so we want to make, oh, yes, ma'am.
And I'm one of those, thank you.
Yes, and so we want to make sure that we're increasing our efforts to, one, make sure that our departments are aware in terms of our efforts to increase our local spending and having some of our dollars stay in the city of Duncanville specifically, but also that we're able to reach out to minority-owned and women-owned business to let them know that the city of Duncanville is open for business and we're not siloed, if you will. So we want to make sure that we're very transparent internally amongst our departments, but also externally with our residents.
Something else I just wanted to mention, if I may. If you don't know that the Best Southwest cities, they rotate having an event where business owners can go and kind of check out what, bidding opportunities are out there, what job opportunities are out there. So it does rotate between the different cities, and hosting one of them here in Duncanville was great.
Yes.
I just wanted y'all to brag on yourself a little bit.
And the other thing I'll share with you is, as we're really talking about more grants, a lot of the grants that are passed through from federal government have 20% MWBE requirements, meaning 20% of the overall grant allotment has to go to a minority-owned business enterprise. So as we start to think about more grant revenue coming in, we are also going to have to be very specific with that. So.
Mr. Veracruz.
I was going to say, I've taken my daughter to several of these, and really interesting because you'll have the city of Waxahachie, Cedar Hill, DeSoto, the surrounding cities come and present. You get to actually meet the procurement officer and ask them specific questions. So I'm glad that I talked to Mr. Brock about that and us hosting it. And so, yeah, we're excited to do that this year, so.
Moving on to building inspections again, out of respect for time, increase to the budget, some reclassification of positions in the salary and benefits area, and a slight increase in the contractual and professional services. So again, this information is in the slide deck for you all to review. Planning and zoning. We're looking at 25 versus 24. Excuse me, apologize. Slight increase in that budget, about 20,000. And so a lot of it, again, is in the primarily comprised in the salary and benefits as we're trying to right size the staff for what is being projected operationally for that area. I'm sorry.
Another thing, I noticed in planning and zoning, engage the council, residents, and staff in discussions of our current zoning ordinances and seek feedback on what changes in conjunction with the new comprehensive plan can be brought to council. I thought that was a good highlight to recognize.
Yeah, much needed. Yes. And our neighborhood services budget, slight reduction in 25. And what that is primarily related to was reallocating vacancy from neighborhood services to building inspection and planning and zoning. But again, in terms of the breakout of supplies and contractual, can answer that at a later time.
Okay, on that.
Yes, sir.
On that point, if we go back to the building inspection slide. Page 46. This one right here. Okay, there we go. It says a position changes reallocated vacancy from neighborhood service to create rental inspection position. That's a position that was already in place. What does that mean that we're creating it if it was already in place?
It was done halfway through the current, but we did it in 24. So this is the first time it's going into the budget.
Where it actually is it's in the budget during the proposed process because it happened during the year. So for budgetary purposes at this stage, it's
With comparing the adopted budget, it wasn't in the adopted budget, but when the position became vacant, it was reallocated amongst to create the rental inspector in 24. So we're just highlighting the change from the adopted of last year to the proposed.
And I noticed that was a change of about 93,469. Is that just a complete salary package, or are we paying our rental inspector?
That's the whole package.
Okay,
That's
so I was thinking I didn't put in and out.
No, that's.
You still can.
The other thing I'll share with you, and there's another piece to this that'll be coming, I think I may have mentioned it in maybe an AR or something at the council, but part of this whole discussion also when we talk about alternative revenue and stuff is occupancy tax. And that was a big piece of this rental inspector, helping to make sure that we are actually doing that. That's something that David is working on currently. And as we work through some of these transitions, adjustments, neighborhood services and building official are both reporting to David. We've got new staff coming in with public works, and we're talking about some changes to make everything more efficient, but looking at to make sure that the city is actually collecting what it's due in terms of like short-term rentals, in terms of the longer-term rentals. That's a piece of this that we've got to come back to.
In our Parks and Rec area, again, increase of about $15,000 from our revised 24 budget. Looking at the training area, that there was a doubling of the expenditure due to the timing of when the conferences occurred. And again, the contractual you have in front that we can discuss if needed. Yes, ma'am.
Just one question. The number of parks, 17, is the lab
That's not included.
That's not included in that, okay,
That's
so
not
that's
official.
not, that's not considered a park.
It's
It's
not
nature
a-
preserve, right, nature preserve is what we're gonna, so,
I
I know, but my point is, I didn't see it in the configuration or no special.
So it's
So,
currently not an official park.
okay, but we can get it added.
That's something we want to maybe consider. That's something, a conversation we'll have in the future.
Oh.
There are certain benefits to making it a park that might be beneficial to the long-term
Park
establishment
space.
of the nature
Park
preserve.
space.
I'm not trying to step on any toes, it's just that I didn't see LAD recognized in here, and I'm trying to figure out how do we get LAD recognized in here, that's all that's about. That's it, that's all.
And that 244, I guess, that doesn't include the 42 acres. Because I know it's part of our Parks Master Plan, we're looking at ways to expand park space. So that would certainly contribute to that. Actually, I have another question. So last couple of years, so parks and recreation, so there's a classification that I don't see in this budget. But leisure services, and so I don't see that in here anymore. And then, so you have parks, you have recreation. Is there? I know there's overlap. Is there any justification for separating the two? And I know some cities do that, where they've got a parks and recreation, because they have a recreation center, right, and they do events and things like that in the parks, which also includes cleanup. So, is there any justification for potentially looking at separating those two in the budget?
Well, I'm not gonna try to defend the leisure services, because I never understood that to begin with, so I don't know where that came from. That was prior city administration, I can't answer. But, I mean, Bart, so Parks and Recreation, so many municipalities do it differently, whether it's a combined one unit or whether it's individually. But I think our Parks and Recreation department, they're so reliant on each other to get stuff done.
They are, for sure, especially when it comes to community events, as well as all of our operations. You know, like all the other departments, we run a lean department, and so we utilize all of our staff, regardless whether you're actually working recreation or park maintenance. We oftentimes kind of cross those lines to help each other to make sure we're providing a successful program.
So, as far as simplification,
it may actually complicate it a little bit if we were to break them apart, because then we'd have to, just in terms of budgeting and some of the expenses right now, where right now it's all just kind of in the Parks and Rec budget. It's all the same staff, generally speaking, that's on the Parks and Rec. It's something we can revisit again, but I don't know that there's any real justification to go one way or another at the moment.
From a budgetary perspective, they are broken out. We have seven different orgs. So we track it all separately. Parks is on one side with their multiple orgs, and then recreation and the senior center have their own orgs as well.
Yeah, that's really more what I'm asking about.
So yes, they are separated out. They are separated out through 7 different orgs. So they're separate from that perspective.
Okay.
Okay, and our recreational programming budget is an increase of about 5% over this year's budget. Again, in terms of the breakout for supplies contractual, have that there for your notes. In our community events, that budget has been reduced in terms of the general fund budget for 25 versus 24. A lot of that is that a lot of the proposed budget costs for the events, as you see here, are being moved over to economic development. And then the remaining events that you see is what is planned to be coordinated by rec center staff.
Richard, if I can just jump in here for a second. So we've talked about this a couple times, and I don't want to keep rehashing this, but I'm happy to answer any questions. The big thing in doing this move, right, is This actually reduces $365,000 that every single homeowner in the city of Duncanville, property owner, was paying before because it was going against property tax, versus some of these events that are really designed to draw people into the community now moves over to economic development. So it's not being paid by the taxpayers, it's being paid by the money that comes into economic development, which is sales tax and other things. It's still tax dollars, but it's not the property tax. And so those events really designed to bring more people to the community. Economic development can fund those events. And so that's the breakdown there that they've got on the screen of kind of where that goes and how that 365 moves out of the general fund and goes to economic development.
I get what you're saying there, but we, a few years ago, we created a position for an event planner, event coordinator, whatever. So where does that fit in under economic development, that position?
It's 100% under economic development now.
But I guess I'm going to ask a question that may shock some people, but why? Why is it not where it was before, where it was? At some point in time, it was effective under Parks and Recreation.
Because what I would say to you is there was this weird dynamic that was happening. And
This is a weird dynamic.
Well, I think this is a lot clearer. Let me try to explain it and let me know if you still have questions. So what was happening was you had an event planner that was being paid half by Parks and Rec and half by economic development. That's the way it was when I got here, okay? And then what was happening is some events, like for instance, family game night, for instance, or Easter egg hunt, which are really not economic development events. Those are community events designed to support the homeowner that wants to come to the Easter egg hunt or whatever. That person was involved with that as well as the Parks and Rec staff. And they were really coordinating, or their junior Grand Prix and those types of things. So what we're trying to do is separate all those community events that are not designed to bring people to the community. Those are designed to be quality of life events for the community. Those are all being 100% handled by Parks and Rec, by Noel and Bart and Tyler and that whole team. So that just clears that up so that that's all them. Then the events that can be a little bit larger, and I'll tell you why Princess Tea got switched over.
I'm like, Princess Tea?
Right, I know. Well, that was the first thing that I said too, but we sat in this room, we got everybody in the room together, the special events, the economic development, Parks and Rec and everything else, and they said, we could make Princess Tea this grand thing where people come to the community and they do things, and this could be a multi-day event and really turn it, that's why that ended up on the flip side over onto economic development. But generally those events are really designed to be multi-day events, larger events where we're really bringing people into the community. The Fall Festival, there was a lot of discussion about making that like a whole weekend type event. Obviously Juneteenth, the Christmas type stuff, where we're really bringing people into the community. And so moving that person over to really handle all of the logistics and the planning and everything for that becomes a full economic development expense, so that the taxpayers, the property taxpayers, aren't burdened with that all falls under economic development. So anyway, does that help answer the question a little bit?
Yes.
September 5th, we'll come back to it.
The athletics program again increased from the budget, and again honing in on supplies, contractual services, utilities to provide some explanation for you all in those areas. No questions there. We'll move on. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Councilman Coons.
So with the Harrington Park, so the concession stand, the restroom, so how far are we off now from being able to cover those bond projects, right?
Do you know
I can't.
the number?
We're about $1 million. For phase one, it was like $1 million off.
For phase one.
Phase one.
Yes. And I remember, yeah, so I thought it was somewhere around there, and I remember hearing that, I don't know, maybe it was this time last year. So I'm thinking that number is probably going up, right? So at some point, I mean, they've already been designed and we've already been through that process.
Yeah.
I mean, by the time we get around to, like, the fire station, get around to actually paying for this, the amount of money that we're gonna put into it, you know, we could have just bought it ourselves 5 or 6 years ago. So at some point, do we look at possibly a redesign or a renovation of what we currently have? I mean, are we, because
I'm looking at you because she asked me a very similar conversation this past week about a different. We need to go back and have a conversation about the 2018 bond projects in general. There's such a gap on some of the things that was promised was going to be done with that. Now that we're 6 years down the road in the expense, we need to really kind of, as a council, have a workshop session on that.
I wasn't here, by the way. I wasn't on this council, by the way. Carry on.
Yes.
Just toss that in, right?
Yeah, so I look forward to that conversation because I mean, we mentioned kicking cans down the road, and we're a couple of years down the road. It's, you know, service center.
For the good folks that are involved in baseball, they deserve a revisit. Yeah, because it's bad.
I will say for the soccer association, I know they mentioned lighting at the top of it. So when you first go into the park, there's a hill that, you know, that they would like to see increased lighting. I don't know if there are any lights up on the fields at the top of the hill. And so there's something that we can toss them and say, hey, we're working on the concession stand, but here's some lights so you can see your kids playing
I'm a
soccer.
soccer guy, but we used to have the parents get around the field and turn their headlights on. I'm really focused on getting that baseball facility fixed because that's been
too long.
Probably in excess of 20 years that thing has been on a downhill spiral. And, if you need to use a bathroom, you don't want to walk into that one. It's something that needs to be revisited, certainly.
You have some dates you don't propose?
I'll work on something for you. I made a note.
With horticulture, increase of about $15,000 to the budget. In terms of the breakout, it was pretty straightforward, but certainly if there are any questions that you have before moving on. So we'll move on to grounds maintenance. Again, looking at that, about a 7% increase over the adopted budget. Just want to make a note of the adding of the city forester position. See Mr. Agee here was working very hard in terms of securing the grant for that position, which would be partially funded, $50,000 grant in fiscal year 25. Again, a breakout of the other areas is there for your review. If there are any questions, we can follow up at a later time. Senior center budget actually is a slight decrease. Overall increase from the adopted budget, but when we factor it in the revised budget, it's a slight decrease from that revised number. And so, again, in the position changes, the increase of the part-time staff hours, that budget increase of $30,000. And again, the senior meals grant partially helps offset the cost. Now we're getting into the police department and divisions. Police admin specifically, about an 8.5% increase over the adopted budget. Again, wanting to provide more specifics in the areas of supplies, contractual services, and other uses. There's any specific questions that you all have now, specifically for police admin. If not, certainly we can address those in our subsequent meetings. Moving on to the patrol area, again, about an 8% increase. Wanted to provide some some data feedback specifically in the supplies, contractual services, and transfer, which were some of the larger non-salary numbers in the budget. Yes, sir.
And I know Chief Brown's not here, but I remember last year he had brought up the fact that we've got so many budgeted positions and that so many of those positions aren't filled, and so that there was, that could potentially be money that we could redirect, reallocate. Is that still an option?
So earlier this fiscal year is when I presented to the council the lateral bonus. We're encroaching on the new fiscal year. We haven't completely exhausted the current list yet, eligibility list. And I do know that we're getting very close to 2 certified officers on there. So from what I understand, that those funds are from our vacancies that were used for those bonuses.
So
Yes, sir.
we already using it.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Good news is he's filling vacancies.
Correct.
Yeah, so to that point, no, Chief Stockner's team is making every effort to fill those vacancies. But again, as we had alluded to in terms of the overall, when we look at expenditures over revenue, that some of that clawback could occur, and we could achieve that if some of those vacancies are out there. Now, obviously, we want to fill those positions, but if it is there at the end of subsequent months, that potential savings could be an avenue to claw into that gap that we're currently presenting with this budget.
So I hear we were using the vacancy money for bonuses, but then I hear that we're filling the vacancies.
No, so in the 24 budget, we budgeted for X amount of positions. So those positions haven't been filled. So there is, salary savings in the 24 budget that was being applied for bonuses in that regard.
Well, let's take that step further though, but so then the program that he came up with that he presented where you're actually using that money to recruit, right? So we're using the money, so he's actually recruiting and now he's actually filling positions. So it's working.
Right.
Okay, Chief, under contractual services, Dallas County Sheriff's Office, Highway Management, they're handling speed traps on 67 or I-20. They're handling, they respond initially to accidents. They're the primary.
That's correct. We'll still respond to the accidents. However, in addition to us, the Sheriff's Department will respond as well. What that does is once they arrive, we start pulling our resources off the highway unless they need help securing the highway, as we all know what happened earlier this week. So once they get there, we pull our resources back into the city, because when we have to shut down, especially the interstate, it takes all of our resources that's currently on the street to do
So
that.
this continues to be a real benefit to
Very much so.
police resources. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Our criminal investigations area, about a 6% increase over the budget. Again, for your review, a little more layout of the supplies, contractual services, as well as the transfer and what it was budgeted for. Animal control is relatively flat, about a 1.5% increase over last year's budget. And again, in that higher dollar amount in the contractual services line, as you'll see, so most of it is primarily with one particular vendor in general, or specifically, excuse me. Our school crossing guards budget is flat. And going back there, just as a reminder that the expenditures for here are recovered / offset by funds that we receive in from Duncanville ISD, as well as Dallas County, as Jennifer had alluded to earlier in the presentation.
It's half. It's half.
Just real quick, just so the council's aware, so Chief Steiner and I met with the school superintendent
about school crossing guards. We had originally received a request from somebody for 3 additional crossing guards, but turns out school administration actually was not aware of that request, so that wasn't really something they were looking at. But we've asked them to start a conversation with us, and I've actually been very impressed with Dr. Gorey. He seems very open-minded about working with us. We've asked Chief Lambert and Chief Stogner to kind of come back with some ideas. We're also going to be sharing with you on Tuesday a potential grant program called Safer Routes to Schools that we're going to be looking at that may help with some crossing guard type stuff and some improvements to the crosswalks and those types of things. So this is something that we're starting to spend a little bit of time on this. I know it's not, what is it, it's $100,000, but still we're looking at it pretty closely.
Okay, in our crime prevention area, that area is an increase over last year. And again, the expenditure categories that we saw for this area were pretty straightforward from what we believe was presented in the book. Certainly, if there are additional questions, we can entertain those. In our SWAT area, we have an increase over the budget. In this case, for SWAT, it's about 19% increase. We're seeing that in the transfer for equipment replacement as well as the certifications. Our records area for police records, about an 8% increase over budget, primarily on a position change with the forensic tech for various records requests. Our special services section for police, about a 17.5% increase. Again, wanted to provide some context in the larger dollar amounts, non-salary for that. You have that here on the slide for review. Now moving on into our Public Works Administration. In that budget, when we look at the proposed budget for 25, it's actually a decrease over the adopted budget. So part of that relates to position, the engineering tech position being eliminated from the 25 budget, as well as, again, providing some context in the areas of contractual services and training. Again, I'm going to keep moving unless there are any specific questions on a department/division. Streets division. Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to figure out if I want to ask this now, if I want to wait till later. I see other financing jumped from 8 to 32. Did you, Public Works, additional training for new director? Is that what the other financing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And city manager already explained. Not necessarily dating a city engineer right now, so.
Yeah, we've talked about that. We're contracting that service out. So here's what I would say, and by the way, I've had extensive conversations with all the other city managers in the Best Southwest, and everybody is doing it this way. It becomes very difficult to have an engineer on staff for drainage, an engineer on staff for GIS, an engineer on staff for water, an engineer on staff for sewer, an engineer on staff for streets, because everything has become so specialized. And so instead, what almost everybody is doing is they're consulting that out. They're paying $165 an hour, $185 an hour for those specialty type things for the time that you need them. And that's really the modern practices that the public works that cities all across the country are doing. So that's where this position, this engineering position, has not been budgeted for. In turn, we're using, Matt, feel free to jump in here, Director Bryant, but we've been using any number of our resources to actually get data, improve the way that even projects are being reviewed and everything with doing that. So.
You're saying across the board in the Metroplex, the cities are getting away from engineers in the
On
Public
staff.
Works Department?
According to the city manager of Lancaster, according to the city manager of DeSoto, and the city manager of Cedar Hill, yes.
The rest of the Metroplex?
Well, those are the four that I'm talking to, the best Southwest. You know, I have no idea what Plano is doing or something.
Is it a cost savings to contract it out versus
Yeah,
the,
because you would be, realistically, when you're looking at an engineer right now, you're talking about $200,000. Okay, and so, yes, and so when you really start to stack that on, I don't know how we would be able to afford it, to be honest, to have all those engineers on staff. Instead, you know, we'll spend $50,000 on contracted services, whatever it works out to be. So,
Well, that's what I'd be interested in right there at the end of 6 months or a year, to see what that number is, whether it's that number or higher.
Right.
Or in some cases could be higher than the 200,000.
well, so I'll give you an example of that. That's one of the things. It's one of the reasons why putting the grant briefing on. As much as the time that we can tie the projects to funding to grants, like for instance, and here's the sticker shock, up to $21 million for the lead service line replacements, it's going to be $2.2 million of engineering. But that's all funded 100% through the grant. It's not anything out of our pocket. So, but if we had that engineer on staff, as opposed to charging it to the project consultant, I'd be responsible for their salary plus their benefits and everything else. Instead, in this particular case, it's project-driven expense that's going against that grant.
That's an example where a grant is available. In other situations where an engineer may need to be used extensively, that's what I'd be interested in seeing after 6 months or a year, of what those actual contractual engineers cost us in a year's time, because that could go either way. It could be less, or it could be more, and so I'd be interested in seeing an update after we've had a number of projects that we've used outside engineering sources.
Something I'll add that may help is that all that outsourcing you're doing is actually coming out of our capital improvement, which is an ongoing fund, as opposed to your annual operational funds with an in-house engineer.
I'm not sure what that means, but we're going to accept that.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to our streets area. Again, we look at the adopted budget, it's basically flat. And so we had some position changes, and again, wanted to be able to categorize out some of the breakout of what comprised the supplies, contractual services, and utility sections respectively. Moving on to our traffic operations budget, when we look at that versus the adopted budget, it's about a 19% increase. We look into the higher non-salary related expenditures, again, having some detail for your review there in supplies, contractual services, and in our capital equipment expenditure line for traffic. In our equipment maintenance, again, relatively flat from 24's budget into 25. We're showing again a slight decrease over the adopted budget for 24, and again provided some context in the higher expenditure categories for equipment maintenance. Yes, ma'am, Councilmember.
Outsourced vehicles and equipment repair, then gasoline and diesel fuel. One is 414. Is that, okay, I see it, outsourced equipment repairs. Is that reflected down here in the bottom? The breakdown? Where, because I have a note next to it, where is it reflected in the budget of those changes that down here?
So the 414 is reflected in the contractual services total, so it comprises most of the 441,000 that's budgeted for contractual.
Okay.
And then same thing in terms of the supplies budget. that's where, of the 355,343 of that is the gas and diesel line item.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. McBurnett.
And vehicle replacement is included with this, or is it different departments? Or?
The vehicle replacement fund, so you'll see that in the transfer, line item in each division, that if they have vehicles, that's being transferred into the fleet replacement fund for purchasing of new vehicles. So this is just the maintenance of what we have and the gas and all of that, but.
The replacement, has that been increased?
The increase is needed for sure. We can't keep up with what we need to replace, and so that'll be a capital conversation that we have. But no, we're not funding it to the level that it truly needs to be in order to replace everything on time.
When are we having a capital conversation?
What's that?
The capital conversation, is that in the near future? After the budget? Okay.
In our building, excuse me, our building maintenance area, about a 10% increase over the budget. And again, providing context for your review. Certainly if there are any media questions that needs to be covered. If not, again, we can certainly follow up with you. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Good.
Replace furniture in court and utility building area. Oh, so in their department, they need new furniture. That's what the note is for goals of 24-25.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Move into fire administration. And that budget, again, is pretty much flat versus 2024, and providing some context in the areas of supplies and contractual services, specifically on this slide. If there are any immediate questions there. All right, Chase.
Did you say cut, Mayor? Is that the word?
Yeah, Chase is ready. Chase has glasses on there. He's ready to go.
The supplies jump, you have already explained multiple times that you're reallocating the funding and moving things around to better reflect how you're using it. So that's why the supplies pretty much jumped on the 63.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, there it is. I see.
And then again, to that point, the reduction on the contractual professional services. Yes.
Is the
I'm sorry.
chief, is the well, they both looked up quick. Is the Everbridge program still working efficiently for us?
Yes, it's doing very well.
That's all I got.
Fire prevention, looking at the 25 budget for that area, looking at a 13% increase over the 24 adopted budget, specifically providing context for the supplies portion of that budget. And where, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, can we just go back to fire? I just want to make sure everybody's understanding. Under fire administration, regional training officers shared with us Southwest Cities, we increased that from one full-time person to two. We added.
No, this is regional training officer.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I'm thinking more
Regional or
EMS.
Yes.
No,
I'm sorry.
emergency management.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So again, just quick on the prevention area. Wanted to provide context in terms of what primarily comprises the area of supplies, in addition to, again, what we talked about, the reallocation of computer-related items into that category. Fire suppression is about a 3% increase over the 24 adopted budget. And again, providing some context in the areas. The training would be a part of the other uses. But again, wanted to provide some context behind those categories is what you saw in the budget book. Any immediate questions on that, on fire suppression? Right. We're into ALS. advanced life support. Excuse me. About a 12% increase over the 24 budget. And again, supplies and contractual services, information to assist in what comprises that for your review. Are there any immediate questions for ALS?
I just think we've heard all along that the supplies are getting more and more costly.
And the demand for services as well.
Are an increase. Going into the regional EMS and that increase, and that was what Mr. Fitch was alluding to in terms of the position change. So there was part-time specialist position, and that individual has been promoted into a full-time position. But again, as Mr. Finch had alluded to, the cost is shared with the Best Southwest at 25% each. And overall, there is an increase in the budget of the 19%, but that's primarily in that position switched to full-time. And then into our general non-departmental, we're looking at that. As you can see, the numbers, it's a big decrease versus the revised budget. But a lot of those were one-time expenditures that were approved throughout the year. So, like for example, the forensic audit was included in there. Additional services around the fiscal year 22 audit. Some one-time cost in the salary and benefits that was approved through for 24 that is not in the budget for 25. So overall, about a 40% decrease from the adopted budget. And again, providing some context in the areas of contractual services, transfers, as well as the benefits. So when looking at that 65,000 salary number, just to say that it's just specifically for the medical insurance subsidy for retirees.
And I want to point out, we haven't typically breaking out a program description for the non-departmental activity, but really the purpose of this is something that can't generally be fit in some other department. We kind of have a non-departmental budget. So this is here how it actually breaks down. The one line that you see on the general fund summary, you see a budget total for non-departmental. These are the things that we pay out of that.
What page is it in our?
There's not a page in here for it because we don't have a program, if you will, description and goals and all that stuff to break out the stuff. So it hasn't typically been provided in detail. So this is
Okay.
And again, just looking at the fund balance projection for 24-25. And again, this is as we're still in the audit process for 2023. So the actual revenue expenditure net is unaudited. And then for 24, still currently be in that current year. So this projection is just based on the budget and not where we actually are landing year to date. But again, just to have that comparison on where we're projecting our ending fund balance to be at the end of fiscal year 25, looking at expenditure, net expenditure over revenue would bring that total to about 20.5 million, where that represents in the number of days of operation is about 177 days of operation for general fund departments with the city. Again, talking about best practices is that we have a reserve of at least 60 days that is part of our fund balance specifically to be held in reserve for operations. So looking at that number, that we're forecasting at the end of 25 to still be about 13.5, 13.6 million, up in excess of that best practice for reserve. So this is the concluding slide for general fund. So I just want to stop real quick and see if there are any questions before we move quickly into the other funds.
I just want to comment that I know at one point in time, we did discuss a 90-day overage, so to see, 90 days excess reserve, but to see that it's at 177, that's beyond what we
Yes.
were trying to shoot for.
Yes.
Good job.
Is this a good time to take a break? Go to the bathroom?
Well, yes, it is. We're about an hour off the schedule, but I pretty much thought we would be. So, council, your pleasure on how much time you want to take for a break to eat these sandwiches that are precariously close to some type of a temperature violation. What's your pleasure? Want to take 20 minutes?
So and I just want to, so next week, we're meeting at 9 a.m. on Thursday, right? To do, on the 5th, sorry, and to do what we're doing right now?
Mhm.
Okay. So we'll have.
It gives us more conversation, more ability to visit the issues.
Yeah, more questions.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're ready, I guess this will be an official recess then, or do we need to close it and open up? Recess at 7 o'clock according to that city clock, but let me double check. No, it is in fact 6:59. We'll get back here in 20 minutes. Good.
Oh,
Are you ready to reconvene?
All right, we are reconvening at 7:20 PM.
Okay, great. I wanted to bring up Craig Brassfield. I'm sorry to have Fieldhouse slides for him, but I want him to be able to have an opportunity to talk about what's in their budget this year, their revenues, their expenses. So, if you want to follow along in your book, it actually starts on 138. And so this is everything Fieldhouse. Do you want to say?
Just make a presentation.
Yeah. What you want?
Well, our 25 budget, the revenue side is just over $1.6 million. The expense side of the budget is like $1,492,000. That reflects $108,000 profit going into next year. That's not that big of a stretch. We are doing a $5 increase on all of our rentals, court rentals, I should say. We increased our security and our rooms rental rates all up $5 each, and the rooms went up $25 in one case, $9.50 in another.
Question, did that already happen, or is that?
October 1st. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, the numbers that's reflected in here are different from the numbers.
Well, he's not including the debt.
Okay, well, Fieldhouse Fund 2.1, and then that's the revenue, expenses is 2.0.
So he's not thinking about the debt that comes in to pay for the debt that goes out.
Okay.
So he's just talking about strictly Fieldhouse revenues.
You would have $538,000 for the debt service to come in.
Okay.
538
There we
goes
go.
out.
We're following.
Net
We're
run is
tracking.
1.6.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I want to share with everyone. I had a meeting with Doug today that we met with David, but I want to follow up. All you know, we have issues with our air conditioning system. We feel like those issues significantly impacted our 2024 budget. We lost the meats and potatoes of Gassos. They had 7 tournaments last year. 2 of those 7 were college coaches and catering and all other activities going along with it. While we kept Gasso, they took the main frame to Carrollton, which was all the college coaches, all the catering, all the glam, if you will, and replaced it with a shell. I mean, it was really discouraging to see Gasso this year compared to others. Attendance was down, food and beverage ops were down. It took about $15,000 out of our pockets on rentals of rooms and parking, and so when the air conditioning system wasn't obviously going to be fixed, they got scared early in February and wrote me and asked me could they want to keep their tournament, but they want to move their hospitality in fear of injury and things that would go with air conditions failing. The other side of the coin is we completely lost. I had the TABC group, which is the most premier tournament that we host. It's the college association that has all the players in the high school association, and we lost that tournament completely in 2023. The total contract just on rental of courts and rooms was right at $20,000. We lost that, as well as the catering and the concessions. We couldn't make that tournament up because the third week of June, if you're in the basketball business and you have a tournament, the third week of June, if you don't have TABC, you don't have any players because they're all going to where 500 some odd teams. So add all that up, and it was a significant impact on our budget. But I will be glad to tell everyone that we have a deal in place with Gasso to bring all of their stuff back, catering, college coaches, room rentals, parking, the whole shooting match is coming back full bore. Have a meeting of the minds with TABC. I do not have a signed agreement. but I've been told not only are they coming back to Duncanville at the field house to make it its hub location, they will be at Duncanville High School, Cedar Hill, DeSoto. The whole tournament now is centered in the Southwest region. Fieldhouse being the go-to location for seeing the college coaches and the recruitment and all the good things that goes with what we do. Not to knock the youth and the younger kids, but basketball in the Fieldhouse is synonymous with the best players in the state, if not the country, playing at the Fieldhouse. We didn't achieve that this year, but it's coming back in 2024. I could probably go on for a lot more longer time, but I know you guys want to be here, so I'm trying to be thorough, but at the same time be factual and give you guys what you're looking for. Yes, ma'am.
So, you said they left Gasso, or was it TABC?
Both.
Left and then,
Gasso stayed.
okay.
They just took their, yes, ma'am, they just took their prestige away from us.
And then you said one of them came back. What was the what was the selling point to get them to return?
HVAC.
Being repaired.
Yes, ma'am, with the promise of it being repaired. So I'm kind of sticking my neck out a little bit, telling these individuals that, but from what I'm confident that's, and we've been hearing it for a long time, but this administration's taken a different angle and a different approach, and I'm just tickled to death. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Coons.
I'm sure I know the answer to this, but I'm gonna ask anyways. The 1.4 million to replace the HVAC system, that is an authorized use of the hotel motel tax.
Yes. And I have confirmed that with the gentleman who actually wrote the legislation for the city of Duncanville, based out of Austin. He calls himself the godfather of pot lines. Yeah.
Under what classification of use?
It's actually a very specific, so there was actually state legislation that was passed for the city of Duncanville, specifically for the field house. And so there's a reference to that, and I actually have the legislation I can provide you guys.
I'd like to see it, just to be sure. Just to be sure.
I have the same questions, so.
Yep.
I firmly believe I've been here 9 years. I think this is our year. I've poised myself for year 9. We're going to hit it out of the park in 2025. And I say that with confidence. We're getting our tournaments back. We got an air conditioner. We got issues like the whole city with internet and different things that are a problem ongoing at some level, but we deal with each problem if we take it on and do what we have to do to be successful. But I believe 2025 is our year. And I say that with confidence.
Any other questions?
Well, again, thank you guys for the opportunity to serve. I'm all in, and we're going to battle, and we're going to win. We're going to get there where you guys want it. We will see it through. Thank you.
All right, so we're just gonna dive into the remainder of the funds, talking about utilities. So as in the budget, as you've probably seen, that we're proposing rate increases for water, wastewater, garbage, and stormwater, sorry. So what you see here is a utility rates survey. I pretty much just went to these particular cities' website. I could have done more, but I ran out of time. But I went to their websites. I pulled off what they have posted for their rates and did the calculations based on just using 5,000 gallons as a benchmark there, just to see how we really compare. Because I know, I probably hear a lot that we have the highest rates out there, or we pay more than other cities around, and at least looking at our best Southwest areas and even Midlothian, based on, again, the water and the sewer, kind of what their garbage fees are as well. I wanted to factor that in, and if they have a stormwater drainage fee that they assess on their bills. So Duncanville is really just in the middle of the road here. And this is based on the 23 rates. We will be increasing them come October for the third year of the water sewer rate increases, and I'm not sure. I know Midlothian has has some increases coming down. I'm not sure if the other cities are going to be passing along increases in these areas, but I just kind of want you to see kind of how we compare there. This one's I know is super busy and hard to see, but this actually comes from Dallas Water Utilities, from all their customers that they provide wholesale water to. So what you're seeing here is their surveys based on 8,000 gallons a month, and then a winter averaging of 5,000. So on all their cities, Duncanville is the second one from the top in terms of the average monthly wastewater bill per their survey here.
Is that
What do we?
because?
Go ahead.
Is that because of usage?
So some say, I mean, I can't say all the different cities, or is their data correct? Like when I do this, I'm just getting it from the website and doing the math myself. But some cities, they have tier-based base rates, for example, because they have various meter sizes. We only charge one rate, regardless of meter, but I think most of our residential meters are one size anyway. But it's really hard to say, honestly, in terms of the rates. Some of these cities, they're growing cities. They probably get, impact fees from developers and things that putting in new infrastructure and stuff, or maybe they have a variety of different reasons of why their rate is lower. I can't really speak to that. But again, this is what Dallas Water Utilities collected.
Yeah, what's interesting is that on the one screen that you just showed us, we're working with a smaller group, but we look to be right there with everybody else. On the screen before this one.
That includes garbage
right there
as well.
Well, I mean, this is including garbage and stormwater, and I used 5,000 as my,
as utility rates go, but yet we're up second from the top up there.
Yeah, we only have Cedar Hill and DeSoto, and Lancaster. We're all saying, close.
That's true. That's true.
In there, but the rest of these cities, up north, all of that. But again, I just took this from their website.
I don't think we're doing anything wrong. I'm just saying that I'm not able to do the math on why we're up at the top end, and so many cities are $100 less a month than us. Anyways, that's just observation.
But again, what I could glean from their websites is, what they put out there for their own consumers, and this is how you calculate it, gallon
Something
usage.
else, some of those cities probably charge sewer based off water usage, whereas we do winter averaging. That can make a big impact on where we land on that too.
This just shows you on the commercial side. So this was, based on June of 24 rates. And so Duncanville's here, kind of near the middle in terms of the commercial side. Okay, get into utility fund here, not breaking it out as much, but just trying to show you how we did. We have 32 people that are in the utility fund or paid out of the utility fund. Our revenues, we came in about 3% higher actually in 23. Of course, that's unaudited. Currently, we're at about 80% on collection, but we are 1 month behind. There's always 1 month in arrears for collections. And then with the increased rates based on that ordinance, 8% is about the proposed there for the rates. We have 3 different expense categories. We have utilities administration, the water sewer operations, and then utility billing all come in under the utility fund. So actually expenses came in about 99% of the budget, and then where we're at year to date is at 73%. But overall, the increase on the expense side is 15.7% over the adopted budget. I'll explain where that comes in. Okay, so utility administration, just 2 people. This is where we have those city engineers funded out of. Of course, this may change depending on how we move forward with the engineers, but the positions have been vacant for almost 2 years now. So they're still budgeted in here, even at a higher rate with, if we would, get somebody in the door. The only other really costs that come out of this, other than salaries, is we do have a design and plan review, consultant that comes in and reviews plans and such. On the water and sewer side, this is the big portion of the utility fund. Expenses, so overall 2.8% increase. So when you look at the supplies category, mainly that's gas and diesel for the vehicles that are used by utility function. 301,000 of that is mainline, fire hydrants, parts, meter lids, things of that nature. Contractual services, the bulk of this is really the Dallas Water Utilities, and it's the Trinity River Authority. We also have some design and plan review, and some other contractual service categories, water asset maintenance, having an emergency contractor to help with water main breaks and such, manhole lid replacements, tank inspections, all those things that we have to have for a healthy water system. And then also fleet replacement contributions come out of that. So parking is here for just a second, and Matt can help me with some of these conversations. Let's talk about Trinity River Authority. So we have
Especially
two.
since Matt is the vice chair of the board now.
Oh yeah. You are. Is that a congratulatory or is it? Sorry.
It's a position at the table.
I got you. Well, you'll be the inside man. So we have two water-related facilities that we contribute into, and then we have two wastewater treatment facilities. Our bulk of our wastewater goes to 10 Mile Creek. So there's like 5-6 other contracting cities that contribute into that particular facility. So I wanted to talk about the budget because it may not be enough, honestly. So TRA has a fiscal year that starts December. December's a weird month to start a fiscal year, but that's what there's ours, December to November. So we typically see a rate change in our billing twice a year. We'll see it once their fiscal year starts, and we'll see it again in about August once they settle up and they've determined what our actual flow is versus what they projected. If our actual flow comes in less than what they projected, they give us money back. If we had more flow than what they projected, we have to settle up. So, and some other nuances in terms of the billing and what actual versus forecasted is also debt issuance. They may talk about they're going to issue so much debt for these capital replacements, but if they ultimately don't do that, then that's kind of where some of that refund or settle up comes from. So what they're projecting at this point, so in 24, 26 million is really the revenue that they're projecting from their contract parties. Our allocation of that is 20%. So that equates to about 5.4 million. And so that's about $450 a month, and this is just 10 Mile Creek. So we're gonna have about a shortfall about 500,000, which is going to be on the next agenda, by the way, in terms of doing an amendment for that. And then looking ahead into 25, their projected revenue is 28 million. And our allocation actually went up, though our flow went down slightly, but we're having to take on more because of I'll show you in a minute, how it breaks out on the entities. So, this may be a lot more than really what it ultimately will shake out to be, but just looking at the 5.9 million is the approximate number. It's about 900,000 more than what we are, targeting for the 25 budget. So let me just show you here. Their meeting was just this week, where they provided some of this information. So this is the current breakdown of the contracting parties, their actual flow that they forecast, the percent allocation based on the cities, and then our allocation is a little higher, and some cities are a little lower. So anything you might want to add there?
Jennifer did a great job. So Dallas Water Utilities is a lot more cut and dry. It's rates. We have a charge for rate of flow, which is how much water we're allowed every day, and then we get charged for how much water we physically take in. So that's a lot simpler to budget for. This, so you'll see we make up 21% roughly of the total flow going to that one wastewater treatment plant. The way I understand it, and I'm still becoming educated on this, is that they take their operational costs and they take their budgeted debt issuance for those capital plans and they divide it up based on what our contribution rate is. And this fiscal year, we were fortunate they didn't issue as much debt, so we got a whole bunch of money back. Even though our flows were slightly higher than we projected, we still got a bunch of money back because they didn't issue that debt. Next year, they've got significant capital improvement plans taking place, so we're projected to have to now pay in all of, or maybe more than we projected because of the work they plan on doing and the debt they plan to issue. And the other treatment plant that we go to is Central, which is off 408 in Singleton. We make up
A very small percentage, I mean.
like a decimal percent. I mean, so there's like 30 different cities to go to that. So
Matt,
That-
do you,
yes,
do you also want to just touch on Ferris? I've updated council a little bit about it, and just kind of where it stands currently.
Currently, the board has elected to uphold the contract agreement, which basically says that they're not allowed to sell to a private entity. Basically, Ferris has the option to maintain ownership of their infrastructure and contract out whatever work or management they want to do. And if they choose to keep going down the path of selling off to a private entity, then Trinity River Authority will have no choice but to pursue legal action. Any legal action that gets taken place is obviously going to come back down on us as contributors to that. So we don't know where that is at this point, other than we've made a decision to uphold our contract agreement. Fun times.
Okay. So any further kind of questions on that? So,
We don't waste it.
yeah. So like I said, you know, there probably need to adjust the budget, the proposed budget up to reflect, you know, kind of what we're first seeing next year for TRA. Utility billing also comes out of the utility fund, so really the breakdown of costs there is we were transferring funds over to the meter replacement fund. The intention was to build up a fund for, you know, you get to the point of needing to replace automated meters or towards the meter project, we would have some money. Not budgeting for that again in 25 with kind of how things are going with the project. Contractually, bulk of that really is credit card processing fees. We don't pass along any fees to customers when they use credit cards. Maintenance for that is that, you know, talk about after hours answering service. Utility billing just pays the bill, even though it's usually more utility operations and utility billing perhaps, but that's historically who's paid the bill for that. Bill printing, and then their portion of the Tyler Tech system comes out of their budget. So overall, we're projecting with the rate increases and even with these expenses to have about a net of, I believe it was about 600,000 revenue over expenses in the utility fund. Any further questions really on the utility fund specifically? We do make a cash transfer. 5.2 million is projected to transfer over to the CIP fund for the water wastewater projects. And so that's also what's incorporated here in the. Okay, getting into sanitation fund, which is another utility like fund, not really breaking it out as much on the chart here because it's really just one activity there, but our revenues are based on the garbage collection fees and franchise fees that come in. It does include a 5% rate increase. You could see what the rate would look like for a curbside pickup and then an alley side pickup. Just a reminder, alley customers pay more because the thought is to pay for alley reconstruction as the big trucks move through those alleys. Republic in our contract is projecting 5% increase to the contract, so therefore passing that along. In terms of the expenditures, so mainly it's contractual services. We do have one employee more on the administration side, and then also the litter control crew get funded out of sanitation fund as well. Contractually, 4.2 million, 3.1 million of that is the garbage collection, and then almost $1 million is landfill, and we also do the household waste events. You know, the hazardous waste program with Dallas County, that all gets funded out of here. So, yes.
When does the contract end with Republic?
Glad you brought that up.
Put a nice end.
It's 26. However, Republic, David Keys and I have met with them, and Matt, and we've all had conversations with Lee. So essentially what they've been saying is, hey, Duncanville, we're not going to offer you the service anymore if you're going to continue with these loose bag type things. So, you know, she has talked to us about a public awareness education campaign. You know, we're probably going to need to think about if you want to put out an RFQ. There's going to need to be some conversations probably early 25 about kind of what route to go. And then if we do totes, I know you and I have talked about, there would need to be an ordinance change, and, you know, so there's a variety of different things that we're just gonna have to have some conversations about.
I feel like that's inevitable, regardless of whoever provides the service. Yeah, it's inevitable.
You're right.
So you mentioned litter control. Was that recently moved from, because they used to be parks, right?
Parks has oversight of them, but they've always been funded out of here.
Okay.
Yeah, they've managed them.
They still work.
Okay, then moving on to drainage fund. So again, this is another fund that we assess customers on their monthly bill. On the revenue side, we are proposing an increase from $3.50 to $5 per month. We know we have a lot of drainage, creek and erosion needs. So as you know how much 10 Mile Creek costs, for example, and we have more problems out there, probably similar to it. Need to increase the funding to cover those those things. This fund has had 3 full-time positions, but they've been vacant for a couple of years now. With the vacancies in streets, they haven't been able to fill, they're focusing on filling the vacancies in streets, so they do not have a stormwater crew at this time. Contractual services really comprises of the stormwater compliance, MS4 permit, the consultant that does that work for them. It also includes the street sweeping. For capital, we don't have a specific project identified for 25, but we know we need to do assessments, we need to do erosion control assessments, do a master plan. We got to know, what the priorities are, where we should direct the funds for erosion specifically. A portion of the Cedar Ridge road reconstruction that will kick off in the fall, hopefully. A portion of that we're going to charge to drainage, since there's a drainage component to kind of help with the cost of that.
You need to talk about this a little bit more too.
The drainage fund revenue, the increase, is this something we've already communicated to the public, or just waiting for this to be adopted?
Waiting to bring it to you, to have your support to do it before we actually say, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is a proposed budget, and it's now your budget to say, don't do this
So
or
it's
do
under
that.
consideration right now. Then
Yes.
if we adopt it, then when will that start? Is that October immediately?
Yes, or the October billing cycle.
October
so
billing
maybe
cycle, which they
delayed
would
a
get in
month.
November. So yeah, we need to, okay.
So there's I'm sorry.
Before I forget, so we don't have anybody in-house that is certified to evaluate our stormwater protection systems in the city during our construction project?
Well, our construction inspector does, yes, sir.
He does, yes, he's qualified, yes, sir. Thank you.
We have, so Matt and I have been having a lot of conversations about drainage. We had an emergency situation on Round Top, Jellison, and what was the third one?
Los
Round
Altos. Los Altos.
Los Altos. And so we have some drainage survey work being done, engineering work and everything right now. But one of the things that I know I learned in that most recent meeting that we had, if you think about it, the city of Duncanville is 11.5 square miles roughly. There are 21 miles of tributaries and creeks within the city of Duncanville. There is a lot of water moving back and forth across the city and drainage. And so they were identifying all kinds of different things as we were talking to them, and really, it really underscores the need for a drainage master plan for the entire city, so we can see where the problems are, areas are, and everything.
When you look at the planning issue, when you look at like an aerial photograph of the city, all the neighborhoods, all the properties are built almost as close as you can get to those creeks. I mean, there's no space whatsoever. So, I know in our district there's several properties that their houses headed down into the creek. And of course they're looking to the city saying, "Hey, help us." And so, I would definitely like to see some kind of a plan forward.
Questions? Just a kind of a note, something you could look at. I've seen some cities when I was looking at the fee structures, some assess based on square footage, in terms of residents. I know we do it for commercial and on previous areas and stuff like that. We just charge it's really just a fixed flat rate, regardless of the size of your house. So, okay, kind of moving away from the utility side, now getting to hotel, motel, and economic development to kind of wrap up the evening. So hotel, motel, as you know, is occupancy tax that we get from the hotels. Really, the collections have been pretty stable. They haven't fluctuated too much. And this is kind of a goal that Mr. Fetch has already kind of alluded to with short-term rentals and long-term rentals, working on that fees, because that is an opportunity area to, on the collections. In terms of expenditure, so just to revisit the conversation about the special events planner. The special events planner is actually paid out of hotel motel, 100%, even though they have had direction from Parks and Rec and Economic Development, two bosses basically. Contractual services, $644,000. What that entails is $357,000. Of that is really the event and arts, related grants that are awarded every year. This may not be enough based on what we did this past year. Another portion of that, $281,000, really hasn't been tapped into in the last couple of years, but it is a source that we continue to budget for promotions and marketing and even wayfinding signage. Has been out there for a while, so that's a project hopefully we can do sooner. On the capital side, $1.4 million is that HVAC and roof replacement. A field house that we've already talked about. In terms of transfers, so this is just more of a plan when expenses are eligible kind of thing. So we're designated $105,000 for the Arts Commission, transferring it out of hotel motel bucket into the economic development bucket for the oversight, and oversight of the Arts Commission. So the hotel motel tax law, you could do up to 10%, or 15% for the arts. So that's pretty much the cap.
What's the combination of that?
Yeah, it is also theater.
The theater.
Yeah, theater's included that too, so.
It works out, 139 or something or other, so whatever it
Right.
is, but yes, the 105, so, yeah.
So we're, designating the max that we can at this point to go towards arts. And then also potential, I say potential because it's not necessarily guaranteed, but potential city event grants for those events that could be eligible uses of hotel motel dollars for those signature events.
So it's limited to up to 15% for the arts.
Yes.
Right. That 105,000, that's not 15%. So we were talking about improving our financial policy, and this is something else I would ask that we have some discussion about, is also putting the financial policy where that the full 15% is set aside for the arts. And I provided one example of another city that done that, and so I just put that on the table for discussion.
I would agree. 15% for the arts, because we know that is what is a big interest here in the community right now. It's arts and cultural events, and getting the full 15% set aside for it and everything that falls under the arts that is done here within the Duncanville.
So can I just talk about those for a second? So the law is 15% of the revenue. So 923,000 times 15% is $138,450. Okay. And from that, the city already has an agreement with the Duncanville Community Theater. So that 30,000.
That's not ongoing. That's something they have to apply for every year.
I thought it was ongoing.
Well, they do apply for it every year, but it's.
They have to apply every year, but it's not automatic in the budget.
As part of the contract that we just did at the beginning of the year, that's not, I thought it was automatic. Okay, so the 138,450 would be 15%, whichever way. So if it's 105 plus 30 or whatever, you're basically give or take $1,000. You're at 15%. So.
And that is part of the arts, the theater. So could that fall under just the arts period, 139, and then that also includes whatever they fall in that category of the arts. Instead of, I'm just trying to understand the logic. Event and then arts grant up there.
So this is strictly just the arts piece of it. So again, we're trying to capture in the budget, what we typically have done for the theater, as well as what's remaining of that 15% designated towards the commission.
And so
This is separate, really.
yeah, so what I'm proposing is that so that every year we don't have to approve it, it would already be written into the policy, the city's financial policy. That 15% of that will be reserved for the arts, right? So, and so whenever after we're gone, everybody, 15, 20 years from now, when they go to receive their proposed budget, it's already in there, 15% reserved for the arts. As a policy change.
Not to do with the discussion, just kind of how you want to structure it, I guess. It's
yeah. Well, again,
dedicating it all to the arts or commission or.
Well, it's not the arts. It's not the arts commission. It would be set aside for the arts. So obviously, the arts commission would
dedicated
would review.
Gotcha.
Any applications and make recommendations. But that 15% is.
Then the theater would go to them.
Well, or whoever it is, will still have to go through the application process. Right. But yeah, that is not. Again, yeah. To your question. Because we're not putting that money into the Arts Commission's hands and that they have complete control over it. But that money is set aside for the arts so that they would review any uses of that money.
Does that fall under the current bylaws? The charter.
That's a whole other discussion another day.
Well, I made a note for our policy, so we can bring something back to you.
Yeah, and like I found one city, South Lake, that's what they do. So, and, I didn't give I can get it again, a copy of their financial policy.
Pretty good to move on. And then lastly, economic development. As you know, the revenue is based on sales tax, so the revenue is slightly less because of our flat projection. But what's also included in the revenue is the potential transfer from the hotel motel that could help offset the special event cost, if again they're eligible. On the expenses side, of course, we have administration. We have a special events division within economic development to track those special event costs specifically. And then we have incentives, and then beautification, which is something that's managed by parks, but it's economic development funding. So it has 4.5 full-time employees, or full-time equivalent employees, including interns. On the contractual side, in the administration bucket, $889,000. Part of that is surveys and impact studies. $200,000 toward comp plan and field house strategic plan. We've already kicked off some of that comp plan, so some of that pick up kind of the remainder of those costs. $105,000 from the Arts Commission, since they're going to have our oversight of those funds that are relating to the arts. So the expenses there, and then also on the special events, the rentals, the promotions, the contractual expenses, all things that go into the special events, putting on an event. On the transfer side, of course, that final payment we'll be making on behalf of the Fieldhouse debt comes out. And then on the other sources category, $2.3 million, those are all really incentives. That's rebuilding, demolition, sign, you name it kind of incentives, and then community incentives. On the beautification side, their total budget's $240,000, so they're the ones that pay for the nice flowers that we see around the city, as well as we have one dedicated staff member and some seasonals to help with that effort. And Keep Duncanville Beautiful activity is also funded out of beautification.
If we could just talk about this, and I just want to share with council the conversation that I've had with economic development, DC, and obviously Victor being here now and Alicia. I'm not sure the use of the word Arts Commission grant is the right word that's on the slide, because the conversation that we've had is the Arts Commission doesn't have staff. They don't have any way to put requisitions into our system and all that stuff. So it would be $105,000 that would be budgeted for the Arts Commission to access through the DCEDC. That money would just be there. That's $105,000. That's their $105,000 to spend. You guys set up the policy of however that gets spent, but that's their money to spend. The DCEDC then, the Economic Development Department, for any event that they do that qualifies for HOP funds would submit for the reimbursement for the transfer back over from HOP funds. Because not every event that they do, for instance, a pop-up, I can't remember the name of the art studio, but the pop-up at the art studio, right, that's not going to qualify for HOP funds. That's not HOP funds necessarily eligible necessarily. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but probably not. Versus a arts festival that they do for the weekend would be, right? So that they don't have to jump through those hoops and really worry about that the $105,000 would just be earmarked for them. That's their money to use. They have that $105,000. And then when the DCEDC sees a request that would meet it, that they could get the transfer back to replenish their budget. You with me?
Okay, to that point, if you go back one page, one slide, where is it on there? Down there, transfer,
Yep.
105,000 Arts Commission grant to Economic Development, parentheses, oversight. So that would seem that needs to be maybe said differently.
It probably does, because it's to match that other, and it would only be when it's eligible, right? So if they do an event out of that 105,000 that doesn't meet the HOP funds requirements, the DCEDC wouldn't have the ability to transfer that money back. So the DCEDC would just end up funding as part of that $105,000 from their budget.
So how do we, transparent, how do we reflect that where accountability is on both parts, tracking the funding and what's remaining and how it's spent, and bringing it to the commission to let them, the Arts Commission know the status of the funding?
I think Councilmember Kuntz is onto something. We could put together a policy and spell that kind of out, that here it is, here's the money, and that it's not a grant that they have to apply for with the DCEDC. It's just part of their budget, okay? It's a line item in the DCEDC's budget. I mean, that's kind of the conversation we've had with the DCEDC board. I think my impression of the DCEDC board, you guys jump in here, but they're very supportive of the arts and understand the importance of what that really means to economic development for our community. And so, maybe we got to spell it out. The one thing I don't know, and maybe that's where we can pull an example from South Lake, is what parameters does the city council want to give the Arts Commission? Because the Arts Commission reports to you guys. What parameters do you want to set for them? Or do you report to them? I'm not sure. But what parameters do you want to put in place for the expenditure of those funds? I think that's something that you guys are going to have to think about a little bit too.
It's sort of spelled out in their charter, and when they were created, in their bylaws or whatever it's called, it kind of explains how they can administer the funding. However, it is something that we probably want to revisit, and yeah, let's revisit that and evaluate.
Well, Jeremy's gonna have a draft, so.
Oh, the city, what was that, Waco that she mentioned? And it was mentioned in our joint meeting with the arts that another city does it that particular way, where they assign and allocate the 15% for the arts in that city, and then their arts oversees the administering of it.
Wouldn't be surprised if it was like going to Abilene, probably does something similar. So my question is, maybe we've kind of had discussions about raising, the rate. So what do we need to do to raise that rate?
Well, maybe let us work on a policy to present back to you guys pretty quickly. Because you still have the theater, right, that we're going to have to figure out, and that $30,000. I mean, if if we're gonna say 15%, it's $138,450, okay? And then if we're subtracting the 30,000 or whatever the odd is from the theater, you're talking about a couple $1,000s difference. It's gonna be plus or minus 105 to 110.
But again, the theater has to apply to those funds just like anyone else has to apply for funds. So I'm not sure if we can set aside money for any entity.
It's unless arts, I mean, the arts commission might say, we want to.
And that's possible. Maybe that's part of the policy, to your point. Maybe they apply to the Arts Commission. Maybe it's $138,450 in arts, and then we say the community theater, okay, you have to apply to the Arts Commission for the grant. And it comes out of that.
Well, and it seems like over certain amounts that it would require council approval anyways.
I think that's more strategic in doing it. If we're really pushing for growing the arts and cultural aspects here of our city, let's get it as organized as possible. So that, like you said, if we're no longer here, there's a process in place for it to continue forward. We wouldn't want to leave anybody out that's going to benefit Duncanville, that has been serving Duncanville for an extended amount of time. So let's find a way to make it where the 15% is allocated and get the process streamlined in place, and we just follow that and it goes from
Yeah,
there.
because one of the things we're gonna have to do, because it's just more a long-standing tradition of grouping them together, but you got the Sandra Meadows tournament that comes and asks every year. You've got the new folks that have been at Gasso comes and asks, and that's always, those requests have already been kind of grouped together, not officially, but they kind of come right behind each other, one after another. So if you're gonna separate out because of arts, the theater, we have to have a discussion with the theater, explain to them, this isn't a threat to your, but the difference would be so dramatic from what we've done in the past. And that whole process, we already know, has to be tightened up anyways, because, you know, receipts are missing and handwritten receipts are put in place. It's been a little sloppy. And I'm not gonna blame any one individual or any group, but it's become so commonplace. We've been rubber stamping it through. So it has to be revisited and tightened up anyways. But I think we need to proceed with caution, as we explained to. If we segregate out of that, you know, that group of next, and you take the theater and say, now you gotta come in, same process, but you're coming in separate. We gotta just explain as a matter of courtesy why this is being done this way. No threat to your chances to get the grant. You still gotta go through the process, but we're separating it out because this has been, these things have been going on for, 20 plus years, the same process, that no doubt it needs to be refreshed and refined, and everybody got to keep honest about the number of hotel stays they're reporting, their receipts, everything. That's something that it's been a long time coming anyways. So Victor gets to go agitate them all, introducing them to change.
And I don't want to seem like we're just picking on the theater. It's just that's the example that keeps coming up.
Well, it's arts. Yeah, we don't have anybody else that comes forward to ask for grants right now that's arts related.
But I mean, you gave some other good examples, like so some of the tournaments that happens every year, and so but they're applying like anybody else would have to apply.
Yes, they do, because those aren't arts, right?
Well,
So
I mean, but yeah,
so
we don't
those
just
are
set it aside for those basketball tournaments.
Yeah.
So they have to apply.
And then what's changed, keep in mind, is the agreement that we did with the DC earlier this year, is so they are applying to the DC board right now, and they're administering that. If it's more than 50,000, it's coming back to council, but otherwise, they're doing those.
It's more efficient.
Are any of them over 50,000 right now?
I don't think so. Have you seen any over?
There's one that we're reviewing that's over 50,000.
It's probably pushing that because hotel rates go up.
Okay. So we'll work on a policy and bring that back to you. It was a good discussion. Thank you. That helps.
So that really wraps up the funds. I just want to highlight one other fund. I don't have a slide to say for it, but asset forfeiture, as you know, is police-related expenditures. And so something that they want to do this year is to add a K-9 unit that they're going to use asset forfeiture funds for. So that's in the budget document, kind of explaining that a little bit. But the remaining funds are really the smaller related funds. So yes, we're going to get to that.
If I could just, oh,
I don't know who had.
I'm going to say Jeremy.
Okay.
Really? I won that? Okay. So, ARPA, we didn't see anything about
Yes,
ARPA.
we'll definitely do that.
That's coming up.
Yeah, I just meant some of these other smaller funds like the grant, there's some court funds and asset forfeiture. Just wanted to highlight asset forfeiture and decided to do something. Sorry. Hey.
Oh,
Okay.
Councilwoman Good.
I'm sorry.
For hot tax fund, page 144, capital outlay.
Yes.
1,033,000. No.
1.4.
1.4. Is that the?
That's the
HVAC?
field house and the
That's
HVAC.
the- Okay.
I'll send that information to you guys, that's not a problem. I just want to mention that she mentioned the K-9 unit, and I didn't know we were going to talk about that, but we had 9 different police officers apply to be part of the K-9 unit, and they were super excited about bringing that program back to Duncanville. Duncanville used to have that, and it went away.
His name Pedro. Doug's dog, Pedro.
So one of the officers was selected from a pretty competitive process to head that up, is going through all the training and everything, and the police department, the police officers are super excited about that. Not a puppy. Not a puppy.
Yeah, go. Try to pet that puppy.
Sounds like a skinny bear.
So just kind of getting to CIP at this point, we're going to have a follow-up conversation, obviously in the fall, where we present the facilities needs assessment and we start doing the long-term planning when it comes to CIP as in general. But really, in terms of what we're trying to do in FY25 is really just the typical things that we do with utility projects, and this is just a highlight of some of them. Of course, they're in the books of some of those things. Sure, but the other projects we'll need to talk about, funding sources like parks and streets and things like that that don't really have a revenue stream in terms of being able to fund ongoing capital needs in those areas. So ARPA.
Oh, sorry. So now you're here. But now, so, and Mayor, I'm just gonna say this again. Sorry to sound like a broken record. So parks, CIP, $932,000. They're sitting there. Citywide trails. Used to be 1.5 million. They moved some over. We need to identify a project. I've said that before. I'll keep saying it. We need to identify a project.
For trails.
Bond funds.
Trails?
Yes, sir. Citywide trails. Yeah. Any kind of trail project. And I know that the Parks Board has already made, they made recommendations 2 years ago, projects. And so, then they're kind of just waiting for us. How come y'all haven't done anything? So we haven't even had a discussion about those projects. So
now, is that a part of the Parks Master Plan, or is that part of our master plan?
yes.
Both. Okay. And none of that's been addressed in either.
Well, we haven't had any discussion on some of the proposed projects. So I'm not blaming anybody for that. I'm just saying.
No, I get it.
And Daniel Dale, that's one project that they recommended, but there were other projects.
So is that something we can follow up?
That was another, yeah.
Is that something we can follow up on?
Sure.
Because that has been one that's been kind of, I won't even say kicked down the road. It hasn't even been kicked down the road. It's just
Stagnant.
Stagnant, yeah. At least it's kicking.
And also following up with the other, but like Mr. Fincher has already said, we have to have a council discussion, really just revisiting the 2018 bond projects in general. Right? So.
Well, then, yes, sir. So, City Manager, so if we're gonna plan a discussion about the bond projects, you can just put that in there.
Yeah, and Tuesday, it's actually on the agenda that went out while we were sitting here. Tuesday, one of the grants that we want to explore is it's a sidewalk and trails program. So maybe there's a way to leverage some of that, and I think it's that she's gonna tell us the details of the dates of when it's due. So maybe that could be a way to help jumpstart something as far as so. But we'll talk about that on Tuesday, and then we'll add the rest of it to the follow-up meeting.
Thank you.
I got something. So if we're gonna be talking about Duncanville, I'm gonna recommend that we take a bus tour so that you can see exactly what's going on over there. Cause I walked it from, Copper Hill down all the way to Holy Spirit, and I almost got ran over twice because I got stuck on that bridge, and there is nowhere to go. There's not a lot of sidewalks, and this was midday. There wasn't even a lot of traffic. And then a few days later, I was coming home up Duncanville, and there were 3 kids on the inside. It was dark, and I don't know, by the grace of God, I saw them, and I was able to maneuver, but I could have killed all 3 of them. There's nowhere to go. And so I know people talk a lot about, well, you don't ever see anybody walking. Well, there's nowhere to walk. There's not sidewalks. There's no safe place, really. So I think that was a really eye-opener for me in that I think we're doing our residents a disservice. I know there's a lot of folks that disagree with it. And I think we're doing our folks a disservice by not having something to at least protect them a little bit. So, but I'm going to recommend a bus tour or a walk, or, you know, just get so you can get that.
Walk in the fall, or we can do a bus tour.
Whatever. But I'm telling you, it opened my eyes. I really enjoyed it. So anyway, thank you for that.
See kids from Village Tech,
Oh, yeah.
walking to school from there or back. I've seen that too. So, yeah, just kind of talking about ARPA, as you know, that this program is wrapping up. We have to obligate the remaining of the funds by the end of this calendar year per the federal guidelines and have it spent by end of 26. So we're wrapping up, obviously, everything with the fire station, making one final payment for that. Pretty much takes care of the remaining when it comes to the fire station. But these are the things that are remaining that are obligated. Out of that, kind of shows you what's been spent already, and then really what's unassigned hasn't been specifically identified for a specific thing, and that also includes what we thought we were going to use for utilities. But so 1.1 million really is sitting on the table, something that we could use in our IT needs. We all had those conversations. Have any other potential uses that you'd like to nominate?
So. I'd say, I bet if you went around the table, every one of us have different.
Right.
So I would actually defer to the city manager looking at those funds, and I'd like to hear what you would recommend, whatever qualifies.
Yeah, because I know you can only use it on certain things. So what were the items?
Yeah, 4 categories. But
well, the categories, so you have revenue replacement that you had to calculate lost revenue, which could be pretty much open-ended governmental related things. There was broadband related stuff for IT broadband to have more connectivity. There was employee, basically a premium that you can pay one-time employee for working during COVID. And then the other one really was infrastructure, like utilities infrastructure. But I will point out, at least with a city of our size, so we got our money through the state of Texas. We didn't get it from the feds directly, so we were called a non-entitled unit. And because we had received less than 10 million, what they did in the final regulations when they came out, that you can designate kind of like an allowance, like you do with your taxes. You know, you have a standard allowance that they'll automatically give you. So up to 10 million, you could opt for a standard allowance. So therefore, you know, it kind of makes it open-ended, whereas just those particular 4 categories. But revenue replacement for the governmental stuff, so that's why we were able to do things with the fire department.
You losing me. So
essentially
there's 4 categories. We didn't get the 10 million, we're open to a little bit more, flexibility.
Even when you get
Okay.
into the four categories, like, so when you look at infrastructure, there's CWSRS and DWSRF, and then like a subset of that is outdoor recreation qualifies. There's so many convoluted, but we don't have to worry about any of that because we had a loss of revenue. City of Duncanville had a loss of revenue. So that means you can basically spend the 1.1 million on what you need.
So can any of that money go to the old car registration building that we have in terms of renovating it for use?
You can earmark it for most anything you want. I will remind council, we have a pretty significant IT challenge at the moment, but you can use it for whatever you want.
No, I get
so.
that, but that building has been the topic of many ideas for usage, and the problem is no air conditioning, outdated inside, major restorations. But if we don't asbestos, if we don't have the money, if we don't use the money now that we could use to at least get it maybe close to user ready, then all these ideas that people have about putting it to its best use for the city, they just go by the wayside. That building is not to be considered because it's not habitable the way it is right now. So that's just one thought on probably many that people will have about where to spend this money.
Did you get did we do it?
I had an engineer go through the building, a couple of different buildings. I'm going to share some information with you guys, but essentially the structure of the building is, I'm going to say, okay, it's good, but there are parts, like for instance the HVAC, that literally the unit is missing from the one end of the building. It would require quite a bit of renovations in the interior, but it is a usable building.
Just thought.
Well, I just want to repeat what I said is that I'm inclined to just defer with all the issues that we have, and that's something, right, that needs money.
Jeremy's
But
saying make
I'll-
it the highest and best use.
Yeah, I'll defer to the city manager's judgment on what our needs are right now. IT, we're not gonna need that building, you know,
If we can get that
If we can't
too.
send an email.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, but.
So what if I put a list together for you?
I'd like to see some recommendations.
I
It
was
has
saying
to
what
be
we definitely
assigned.
cannot do is we can't put it in a pension.
But it has to be assigned by December.
It has to be
31st.
obligated by the end of this year, so when you have something really in writing agreement, purchase order kind of contract, you know, something.
I think we have till the end of 26 to
To
actually
spend
spend
it.
it.
To spend it, but you
So
gotta.
we got to identify, you know, agree to.
Could somebody close that sandwich boxes too? The air is open. It's gonna get hard.
You plan on eating something?
So we'll follow up on that one for sure.
Bread gonna get hard.
Okay, so that kind of wraps up all of this in a 4-hour nutshell. So at this point, let's just kind of revisit the tax rate piece of it, because we're going to break into that vote before we adjourn for the meeting. So I have.
Do you want to switch meetings? Do you want to?
Yeah, let's because we can actually abandon this meeting so we can officially go into our next meeting, which addresses that issue. Okay, so.
Let me pass out, let me show you what I'm passing out here, just so you have it for your record. So this is an
So-
updated,
Right now, in this moment, let's go ahead and adjourn our special meeting that began at 4 o'clock at 8:23 p.m. We will then turn and open our Thursday, August 15th, 2024, 6 o'clock meeting at 8:23 p.m. No, call to order, no public comments.
Correct.
And we'll go into the roll call vote. And this will allow us to have discussion. I assume.
Yes.
Okay. So with that,
Continue.
We're good to go.
So what I'm just giving you here is just a cover sheet update, because the cover sheet you have in your book had the old rate before we had the final rate. So this tells you exactly the legal language of, this budget isn't gonna be increased by, $900,000, based on this tax rate. So I just want you to have the updated copy for your book. And then the other one is just the tax rate calculation. Usually it goes as an appendix to your budget anyways. Just so you have it, you can put it in your book.
Okay.
So just to go over the calendar real quick before we actually do the vote, I have the legal language here and I'll have it on the screen as well. So remaining meetings after tonight, on the council meeting next week, we do have a placeholder just if we want to revisit any discussion or say, hey, we had a great meeting, this is what we talked about, citizens, and here's some things we want to make sure we follow up with you about, just kind of listing it out. So it's just a placeholder briefing. September 3rd, that's when we'll have the public hearing on budget. At the regular meeting, September 5th, we're going to reconvene workshop to bring follow-up questions or direction or anything. And then on the September 17th, we'll have the budget hearing on the tax rate, and then we'll do all the budget adoption and things. The county, we have to file by their rule by September 18th and 17th.
So is that anywhere in here?
It's in the slides that I gave you. But
The last sheet of the.
It's in this pack, okay.
and I do believe I have a calendar in there that has it on here as well, in the appendix section of the book. Okay, so.
I'll find it.
Okay. So again, talking about the record vote, this is not a vote for you to adopt a tax rate. This is just a statutory requirement to say this is the maximum rate that we are going to consider. And that's per Texas Tax Code 2606. So again, it's not a vote on the tax rate as an adoption. That will come on September 17th. So you have flexibility in terms of if you want to reduce the rate, for example, you have the ability to do that. This is just, we have to do the publications, the notices and setting the hearing and all that stuff. So this is the motion. And if you want to write in, the tax rate here, the maximum tax rate in the blank, and whoever wants to make that motion.
Well, before we go to a motion, because that's one of the reasons we slid over, so we could, before we make the motion, have a discussion, correct? Okay, so part of that discussion is, without getting into an area that I shouldn't get into, I'm gonna just start by saying that I think that there is some truth in the past, especially last year, that it was an all or nothing. We got to a point where we didn't consider something in between. We either went the highest rate we could go without going to a vote, or something at the bottom end, but we never discussed reasons why we might want to just meet halfway. Now, when we have that discussion, I remember it being brought up last year, that discussion means that we got to give up money for something else. And that's the hard discussion, because we just went over hours of everything we need, and it's hard to pick one thing and say, well, maybe we need to not do with that. But I don't think it's fair to the citizens that we don't at least discuss this to a point where we either agree by consensus before we go forward with this to a vote that there's not a reason to think about an in-between number. We can go to the top end without going to a vote, and then you got the bottom end, which most citizens would want. But we know we need to get as much as we can get to pay for everything we want to do. But we slip away from having that discussion about, well, what if we dropped it down a bit? Why do we have to go to the top? I'm just throwing it out there to be open to the public that may be listening right now and that have thought these things out and commented in the past, but it always seems a rush to get to the top. I don't know, I wouldn't say that it's just to get it over with, but we never look even more closely. We've got a lot of information today. We've got a lot of expenses that we want to use to help all the different departments that benefit by these monies that we approve through the taxes, the tax rate. But we don't ever have that tougher discussion about, well, is there something we can do without to try to give a little bit more of a tax break than the highest rate? So, even though we say taxes have gone down, which in the past they have been, and I think
tax rate,
tax rate,
values.
yeah, but and I think that's where we're headed this year. But what citizens said last year was, but it could even go lower. Okay, you don't have to go to the top automatically, but if we want to give everybody their wish list, it's automatic, well, then let's go to the top. So I'm just saying that food for thought before we make a decision, that if there's anybody wanting to have a discussion about anything less than going to the top, I just want to make sure everybody remembers we have that option. And it's uncomfortable sometimes to go there, but go ahead.
I can appreciate you saying that, because if I remember correctly, last year I had those questions, and it was pretty much just null and void. We have to go with the highest tax rate. It's not that I'm interested in not doing everything that has been suggested. It's just I want us to consider other options because of the burden onto the citizens. And so, in other words, I like the idea of considering an in-between where it's not the no new revenue, but if we should go and do something in between the two.
Okay, and I think Jennifer, last year you kind of painted a scenario showing us that the different levels and the impact we have, actual numbers, and then that has to be translated into, well, what do we have to give up? And that's the tough decision for us. So do we have anything even close to that ready this year?
Not for tonight, but let me just reiterate again, this does not bind you to the rate. This is just as it sets, the publications and everything, but I get what you're saying as well.
Well,
So.
there's going to be a perception out there,
Right.
and it's not one voice, it's more than one, that whatever we do tonight, we're not going to change it. And so I realize it would extend this meeting, and I don't want to do that, but I think if we verbalize that this is not a rock solid decision tonight, because it isn't, but at another meeting when we still have time, if there's a willingness by a consensus to have a conversation, to look at some of those tougher decisions, to scale back, perhaps by then you could have information showing us what that would look like, so we could see if something's got to get cut, what that might be. I mean, does that make sense to everybody or anybody? Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, so, I was one of the ones who asked for details, right? And typically if I'm asked, why can't y'all go to a lower rate? And then the follow-up question is, okay, so what do we need to get rid of? What can we get rid of? And, and I looked at, the detailed document that was sent. Prior to that, went through this document, the budget, proposed budget. And like the city manager said earlier, I could get rid of a box of pencils here and there. But other than that, I'm thinking, well, okay, which positions can be cut? And I don't know if I'm not in a position to really say, okay, well, we really don't need this part-time staff at the rec center. We really don't need this staff member at the library. And so that's a question that we're looking to answer because when we asked Jennifer, we asked staff to come back to us with these different options. Then we're also kind of asking them to come back to us with, okay, options for cuts, because they can't just bring us back lower numbers, right?
Well, that's right.
So
it goes without saying it's cuts.
Yeah, so if we're gonna talk about different options, then I don't know if this is the responsibility of the finance department, but we need to talk about, okay, where should we make the cuts?
Well, here's what I would offer to that end, because I think that's important, is that bringing this up tonight, I wasn't asking for, a consensus to do anything, because we don't have to do that tonight. But it's food for thought between whatever we do tonight and the next time we meet, because we'll still have time. If somebody sees something or we get additional information that shows us there's some areas that we might be able to cut to get that down a little bit, at least we can have that conversation. And if we decide to leave it where it is, we're going to decide to leave it where it is. But we don't have the information right now. And trust me when I tell you, I'm not trying to head towards cutting anybody's position, part-time or not. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm just looking at, from a public perspective, we owe it to look at everything, to make sure everything that was presented tonight is something that we absolutely need. And that's the difficult part of this discussion, is examining those things. And we may come out of that saying we need everything. But if we don't at least think about it, we don't have to talk about it if nobody wants to talk about it between now and the next meeting. I just want to introduce that thought because last year there were a significant number of people that said y'all just locked in and didn't care, you know. And besides a few other allegations, it was a tough moment. We got the budget very late. I think we just wanted to get it done with, in large part, and we did. So this time we have an opportunity. We've got some time. So if that's not anything that anybody wants to bring up at our next session, that, hey, you know what, I've been thinking about this. If that doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen, and we may be locked into this rate, which is not the end of the world, and it may be the best thing. It may absolutely be the best thing. But we haven't really talked about that or been challenged by staff to look at that, because their job is to bring us what they need. It's their wish list. It's their want list. And it may be to them, and this may be very real, we have to do all these things that we've talked about tonight.
And I'm glad you said that because it's a need list as well too.
Yeah, and I don't want to diminish the importance of that as well.
So because and I'm saying this, each time the city governments are having to be more and more regulated. They're having to do this, and additional. So we're not getting help from the state nor the federal governments in terms of trying to operate a city government. And so we do have that. And the bottom line is, if we do decide to go on a lower rate, it's going to fall on operations to really figure out where the cut's not specifically.
Well, we would want to have that discussion along with them. We wouldn't want to just put it back on them. Here, we're going to cut it. Now you figure out what you got to get rid of. I think we got to take the responsibility in that conversation to partner with them if it goes that way. And again, my purpose tonight isn't to encourage anybody to go that way. It's just to remember that that's not a discussion that's had very often, probably in the last 5 or 6 years, because there's been so many needs. And this year may not be any different than any other, maybe even more demanding of the needs. So, but I just want to leave the door for the conversation. And if it's just decided, come up with a number tonight, and I'm sure it'll be a good number that suits our needs. And then between now and the next meeting, if anybody's got any input to see an area to change, to lower it some, we can talk about it. And then it's going to take 4 people to decide that they think that change is good change. So, yes, sir.
We still have the TRMS to consider too, and that might be an impact, which could change things quite a bit. So, I want to leave all the options on the table.
Okay. All right.
So, Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion.
Okay.
Motion to approve a maximum tax rate of 0.614834 to be considered fiscal year 2024-2025, and to establish a public hearing date for September 17th, 2024 on the tax rate for the fiscal year 2024-2025. This vote and rate is not to adopt a property tax rate, but is a maximum rate which is required by the Texas tax code to be considered. The actual tax rate will be established after public hearing and vote of the city council. Staff is instructed to schedule and publish the required notices under the Texas tax code.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilman McBurnett, second by Councilman Kuntz. Any further discussion?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
What I would offer is I'll work with finance, and if you would like, prior to your September 5th budget workshop, we can bring back, we know about what that would be. If it was 60 cents, if it was 59 cents, and give you some ideas.
Well, let's make
just
sure
of what
we have,
was.
I brought up the thought, but I want to make sure we have a consensus before you go through that. So we've got three heads shaking, 4, 5, okay. So, all right, well, I appreciate that very much. It'll be something we can look at and make the best decision. So, thank you.
Just a roll call vote.
Okay, I'm sorry, we'll go ahead and do that.
Councilmember Good. Councilmember Jerry Brown.
Floor.
Thank you.
4.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you.
My vote's on good.
Got it.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, so, that's our business, right? We're finished with the roll call vote, that was item number 3. So now we will, I don't need a consensus for this for sure, we will adjourn at 8:39 PM.